5:30.
Yes.
It's 5:30. We're going to call the committee of the whole meeting in order. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawrence?
Here.
Trustee Lawler?
Here.
Trustee Leafblatt? Trustee Healy?
Here.
Trustee Katsinas?
Here.
Trustee Malani?
Here.
Mayor Dodge?
Here. Hey,
Okay, please stand for the,
one second. So we are going to stand for the pledge, of course, but tonight, the next item we're going to consider in the agenda is we're going to be honoring some of the scouts that are in the room. I think everybody sees them. We're pretty proud of what scouting is in Orland Park. And pretty special night for honoring a couple of Eagle Scouts. And so they're going to lead us in the pledge, and then we're going to take a quick break, and we'll go out and we'll honor our scouts. So if you would, ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have, we'll proceed to recognition of the Orland Park Eagle Scouts.
And so I guess I see a lot of familiar faces here, though. I think a number of folks know that we've had a long, proud tradition in Orland Park of supporting our scouts. There's a couple of things tonight, so we just wanted to say thank you and do some official recognition of scouting. So appreciate what you guys do for the community. So, all right. Do we need a motion to? And so at some time back, there's a plaque on one of the pillars out in the Village Hall where we have the name of all the Eagle Scouts that have come through. So before we do that, I don't know, one of the Scout leaders, do you mind kind of coming up and introducing the Eagle Scouts we're going to be honoring and tell a little bit of their story? Put them on the spot. Don't be shy, right? Come on.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Finatri. I'm the Scoutmaster for Troop 318G. That is the girls' troop. We were founded, the girls' troop was founded in 2022. And just in the past year, 2025, we had our first Eagle Scout, Francesca Russo. So her name will be the first on the plaque outside. On the boys' side, that was founded in 1938.
Come up. This is a pretty big deal, so.
Congratulations, Francesca.
No pressure.
And on the boys' side, that troop has been around since 1938. And we have over 220 boys over the course of that 75, 80 years. In 2025, we had 4 Eagle Scouts, Mr. Leha, Mr. Accardi, and 2 No-Fall brothers, twin brothers. Tonight we have Alex Accardi with us. The other folks were not able to attend, but 4 boy Eagle Scouts from Troop 318B in 2025. Congratulations to Alex.
The one thing that I didn't know until I went to one of your events is just how much work goes into this. So do you mind kind of just catching everybody up on that? It's a long
On the
path.
Eagle Scout process?
Just the whole thing. It's a lot.
Yeah, so there are...
Oh, there you go. Perfect. No.
No?
Did they tell you about public speaking?
Well, I'll get started, and then maybe they'll jump in. There are 7 ranks in scouting, and you start out with the first rank being scout, and then progress your way up as you learn more skills about outdoors, about civics, about leadership, about outdoor skills, until finally culminating in the Eagle Scout rank. That also entails doing a service project that will benefit your community. It is all entirely Scout-led. Each of the Eagle Scouts has to conceive, design, and execute their own project. In Francesca's case, she did a project to benefit NAW's animal shelter. And Alex did a project to benefit his local church, the church he's a member of. And so those projects will help for many years to come, those organizations. And each individual scout conceives their own and shows leadership and organization and fundraising, right? Anything else you can think of what was a tricky part of the process for either of you?
Definitely for me was I kind of learned how to speak to adults a lot. When I came into the troop, I was a very little kid, very nervous, very shy, but as I progressed along the ranks and as I grew more as a person, I learned public speaking, I learned how to manage my time, and then especially when it came to my Eagle Scout project, I learned how to problem solve. There were a lot of obstacles that came, a lot of delayment in materials and fundraising, so it definitely helped me grow as a person and taught me valuable life skills that I will be carrying on forever in the future.
The most challenging part for me was probably just getting things organized because I wanted to have mine done by our October Court of Honor, which is our award ceremony. So there's just a lot of steps and people you have to contact, and so just having that all organized was probably my biggest challenge.
So it's a long road and they do a lot of work, so that's why it's one of the rarest honors in scouting. I think it's 6%, if I'm correct. 6% of all youth who start scouting make it to Eagle, so these guys are some rare birds.
Well, thank you for doing that. Don't go away. We'd like to get some pictures, right? And then what we're going to do is take a short recess for the board, and then we're going to go out in there and unveil the plaque. So if you want to have all the scouts come up? Okay. So we'll do this pretty quickly, and then if one of the trustees could, we'll do a motion for a quick recess in just a moment.
I think I'm hidden. I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
All right, in 3, 2, 1.
I don't have a fancy camera, guy. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so we're going to head out. So can we get a motion to
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to recess the meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are recessed.
Back to order. Call a roll, please.
Trustee Lawrence?
Here.
Trustee Lawler?
Here.
Trustee Leaflet?
Here.
Here.
Trustee Katsinas?
Here.
Trustee Malani?
Here.
Mayor Dunn. We are called back to order at 6:40 or 6:50. This time we'll proceed to the approval of the minutes. Approval of the December 15th, 2025 Committee of the Whole minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Lawrence.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of the Committee of the Whole, December 15th, 2025.
Second?
Second.
So motion and a second. Any questions about the minutes? Call a roll.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dunn.
Aye.
We will proceed to the non-scheduled citizen.
No, Mary, hang on. We're going to take the agenda in a little bit different order. So I'm going to ask for a motion from the board to consider the agenda out of order. And what we'd like to do is the next item we're going to call will be for the Amazon development. And we will then hear from the petitioner, we'll hear from staff, so everyone has the same fact set. And then with the board's, with the motion to change this, I'd like to open it up for public comment when we get to that item. So there's plenty of robust discussion. So the first thing we'll do, is there is a non-scheduled citizen and visitor that we'd like to be respectful of their time. So we'd like to call Brian Gill. Gilly, up to the. When you come up, if you could please introduce yourself, then we're going to move to the Amazon item.
Good evening, Mayor, Clerk, trustees of the wonderful Village of Orland Park. My name is Ryan Gully. I am the Chief of Police for the Village of Manhattan, Illinois. For those of you who don't know us, we're about 20 minutes southwest of Orland Park in a small town that currently finds itself growing to be the 6th fastest growing town in the state of Illinois. I'm here this evening to offer my sincere appreciation to the men and women of the Orland Park Police Department, particularly your investigations unit and the Chief Eric Rossi, who has never shied away from taking a phone call from me, which sometimes is a task in itself. As a small agency, resources are often difficult to come by. Cuts because of cost, this prohibitive. This becomes especially apparent during the time when we were urgently seeking investigative assistance with forensic work to bring multiple cases to a closure while ensuring due process and prioritizing the protection of the victims, who were often small children. Following a phone conversation with Chief Rossi, the Orland Park Police Department stepped forward without hesitation. Through their expertise, professionalism, and assistance with forensic investigations, we were able to successfully arrest 3 individuals on charges of possession of child pornography, with a 4th arrest pending. We are forever grateful for the residents, the elected officials, Chief Rossi, and the men and women of the Orland Park Police Department for the support, partnership, provided your assistance made a meaningful difference in the lives of many, especially young children who our future relies heavily upon. Please know that you have a lifelong friends and trusted partners within the Village of Manhattan and the Manhattan Police Department. We're forever grateful. And tonight I brought a plaque, and I'm going to mention some detectives' names. I'll probably butcher them, but these are the 5 detectives that helped us most when it was urgent. Detective Benjamin, easy one, Detective Wall, or Sergeant Wall. I apologize, Sarge. Detective Vayner, Detective Schofeld. Thanks, Chief. And Detective John Fuller. So again, thank you very much. I know Orland Park is a big village and you guys have your own caseload to handle, but to protect the children of our village means so much to me, and we're forever indebted and thankful to you guys. I brought a plaque too that I'd like to present to the Mayor and Chief if possible.
Okay, we'll come down with Chief. Thank you.
You know, I'm very proud of the men and women from the Orland Park Police Department and the work that we do with the agencies, you know, that surround us. And, you know, these crimes affect not only the residents of Manhattan, but also residents of Orland Park. You know, people know other people, and just anything that we can do to help out other agencies, we're here. So thank you, and I appreciate the recognition. So thank you, Chief.
All right, we've, all of the folks who've registered to speak want to address the Amazon project. So what I'd like to do is amend the motion to take the commentary from the petitioner or the staff, and then we'll open it up for anybody who wants to speak. So we're going to move the non-scheduled citizens and visitors to be specific to the Amazon portion of the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, a second, to take the agenda out of order. We need a roll call. Roll call, please.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Mayor Day?
Aye. Call the motion, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawler?
I make a motion regarding case number 2025-0560, also known as the Amazon Retail Plan Development. I move to recommend the Board of Trustees approve the Plan Commission recommended action as presented for this case.
Second.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a motion and a second, so what we're going to do now is go through the discussion. So if we could, George, how does staff want to conduct this?
Yeah, we'll just, Steve will introduce it. We'll start from there.
There you go. All right, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight.
Can everybody hear Steve?
Can everybody hear me with my deep voice? Yeah, before we get going, we did put together some answers to some questions that came up before and after the meeting from the public. So we put a short presentation together regarding some questions and answers and some facts about the case.
An exciting new retail store by Amazon is proposed at the southwest corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road. Here's what you need to know. The first-of-its-kind retail store by Amazon will offer a range of products from groceries to general merchandise. It will not be an Amazon warehouse or distribution center. The size of Amazon's retail building is like a department store at Orland Square Mall or the neighboring Costco. Amazon's concept plan also includes multiple outlots for future commercial uses like small businesses or restaurants. Amazon was required to conduct traffic studies to ensure their development will not overburden local roadways. Village and IDOT engineers have reviewed these studies and support several new road improvements that will accommodate the traffic changes. To improve circulation in and around this development, the village will extend Ravinia Avenue from Costco to LaGrange Road. This extension of Ravinia Avenue will improve safety and efficiency while reducing congestion at the 159th Street and LaGrange Road intersection. A new traffic signal at 161st Street and LaGrange Road will also be installed. Now for some frequently asked questions. I read on social media that this is going to be an Amazon fulfillment center. Is that correct? No. This project is not a fulfillment center, warehouse, or distribution hub. It's a commercial retail store open to the public. The proposed building is approximately 230,000 square feet, which is a standard size for a large format retail store and is comparable to nearby retailers such as the Orland Hills Walmart Supercenter. The proposed Amazon retail store would include 7 loading docks compared to 6 at the Orland Hills Walmart Supercenter. By contrast, the Amazon Fulfillment Center in Matson, Illinois is approximately 3 million square feet, includes 67 loading docks, and provides parking for 375 semi-trailers. In addition, the approved zoning and special use permit specifically prohibits warehouse or distribution uses at this site. Why did Amazon choose this location? While we cannot speak on behalf of the petitioner, Orland Park has been a regional retail destination for decades, dating back to the development of Orland Square Mall in the 1970s. Over time, strong retail activity has attracted additional investment in nationally recognized brands. Amazon's proposal reflects confidence in Orland Park's established retail market, infrastructure, and long-term economic outlook. The project highlights the village's continued appeal to major retailers. How do residents benefit from this development? Amazon's proposed multi-million-dollar investment in Orland Park would create over 200 construction jobs, over 500 permanent jobs, and would generate millions in sales and property tax revenue. This new revenue will be used to fund village infrastructure to improve traffic flow, reduce congestion, and increase safety. Absent this new revenue, the village does not have the funds to make these traffic improvements, given previous spending priorities and previous debt commitments that this new village board is now working to address. What traffic improvements are planned? The extension of Ravinia Avenue to LaGrange Road, installation of traffic signals at 161st Street and LaGrange Road, installing dual left turn lanes from northbound LaGrange Road onto Ravinia Avenue at 161st Street, extension of dual left turn lanes from eastbound 159th Street onto LaGrange Road, including closure of the median across from Lakeview Plaza, the addition of deceleration lanes on 159th Street and LaGrange Road, and an acceleration lane on LaGrange Road. Potential burial of utility lines along 159th Street from LaGrange Road past Costco. Will this development significantly increase truck traffic? No. Truck activity at this site will be consistent with a large format retail store, not a warehouse or distribution center. The special use permit ordinance includes conditions requiring Amazon to limit full-size tractor-trailer activity during peak morning and evening traffic hours. Amazon is also required to complete a post-occupancy traffic study, and if additional improvements or restrictions are identified, Amazon must work with the village to implement them. Will Amazon pay sales tax at this location? Yes. Like other brick-and-mortar stores in Orland Park, Amazon will collect and remit sales tax on purchases in compliance with Illinois and local tax laws. In January 2025, the Illinois Department of Revenue issued a sales and use tax guide to make it easier for retailers and marketplace facilitators to understand their tax obligations under the state's laws. It's worth noting that Amazon, through its AWS affiliate, is very well versed in sales tax laws, since that is one of its services it provides to its marketplace retailers. Can Amazon later convert this building into a fulfillment center? No. The zoning does not allow for a fulfillment center. In the agreed-upon special use permit ordinance, Amazon is receiving a special use permit only for the operation of a commercial retail use of over 50,000 square feet. No other uses are permitted, and if Amazon were to use the facility as a fulfillment center or warehouse, the special use permit would be revoked and nullified. Warehouse and distribution establishments, as defined in the village's land development code, are not allowed in this zoning district. Is the village providing financial incentives to Amazon? No. The village is not providing tax incentives, subsidies, or financial assistance. Amazon is fully self-financing this project. The village will benefit from new sales and property tax revenue generated by the development, which can be reinvested in public infrastructure and safety improvements. The petitioner can still seek incentives from other entities. What's the timeline for construction and openings? At the end of 2026, completion of Ravinia Avenue extension to LaGrange Road. The end of 2026, completion of the Costco fuel station project and corresponding roundabout on Ravinia Avenue. In 2027, the Amazon retail store will open. Looking ahead, additional outlot development. Was there public review and input on this project? Yes. The proposal was reviewed by the Plan Commission at a public meeting with proper legal notice and opportunity for public comment. The project is also being reviewed by the Committee of the Whole and Board of Trustees in public meetings, consistent with the village's transparent and standard development approval process. To keep up to date with this proposed development, visit orlandpark.org/upcoming projects.
Mayor, we have David Silverman, Attorney David Silverman on the line, couldn't be here in person, and he's going to address just a couple of questions that Trustee Healy brought up. David, can you hear us?
Yeah.
So if you could just, David, just go ahead and just talk about those items.
Yeah, so we were asked to review the draft special use permit ordinance to make sure it aligns with the applicable COR district regulations. And based upon our review, we thought it did. In addition, in the video you just saw addressed actually some of these things that I'll speak to right now. In addition, we were asked to address the concern about the conversion of the building to perhaps a fulfillment center or warehouse. So in the ordinance, in section 4A1, we specifically note that this is a commercial retail establishment in excess of 50,000 square feet. We tie it to the land development code sections. And then in addition, we put in an acknowledgement by Amazon that warehouses and distribution establishments, as defined in the land development code, are not allowed in the COR mixed use. So it's a specific condition on the approvals that you will consider. The second thing was, and it was addressed again in the video, traffic restrictions for semi-trailer trucks and whatnot. Amazon is doing traffic study. They identified peak hours. So those truck traffic will be restricted to the peak hours that were identified in their study, which in the morning is 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and then in the afternoon 4:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. Monday through Friday. In between the hours of 1 and 2 on the week, 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. on the weekends. In addition, as the video noted, they're going to be required to prepare a traffic study in accordance with a specific provision in the land development code at the direction of the director of engineering and village manager within 12 months after they get their certificate of occupancy. And if that traffic study suggesting changes are necessary, the village and Amazon will work together to potentially amend the special use permit ordinance to incorporate additional restrictions or possibly relax restrictions, as the case may be. Finally, the issue of sales tax. We did a lot about this, and I'm familiar with the issue because I represented Wayfair in their brick-and-mortar store in Orland, and a lot of the same kind of sales tax issues came up. Initially, we wanted to kind of identify the sales that would trigger a sales tax purchase that would benefit the village. But that got a bit difficult, so instead what we did is we put in a condition into the special use permit that they will follow all of the existing laws related to the retailer's occupation tax, which is the standard state sales tax, the home rule retailer's occupation tax, which is the village's own sales tax as a home unit that they can charge, as well as any of the applicable regulations issued by the Department of Revenue to manage, to monitor the sales tax program. And then we also captured the possibility that at some point in time, there may be other taxes that they could become subject to in terms of transactions at the location. So we gave thought, we were very thoughtful. We worked with Amazon on these, and we think we addressed the concerns as robustly as we possibly could.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to note that, so the request from Trustee Healy was to get a second opinion. KTJ attorney Ann Skrotsky created the ordinance, and then we had David Silverman take a look at it as well. So I think Ann and David will confirm that as far as zoning and land use, it's compliant with the village code.
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Healy?
George, I was hoping to get a signed opinion where somebody puts their name on it and guarantees that these things are in line with the zoning. And, we get verbal, but I don't see anybody's name associated with it for down the road if there's a error in judgment or whatever. Sometimes in private transactions, you look for those attorneys' opinions to give you that reassurance that everything's correct. And I just want someone to, in writing, sign for it and, provide some assurance that everything's in line. But maybe that's just my type of thing. The other thing is, as an accountant, I just get confused as an accountant filing sales tax returns. So if I'm in Evergreen Park and my mother orders something from Amazon and it's delivered, say, come pick it up at the Orland store, she's going to get charged Orland sales tax and Orland home rule tax.
Trustee Healy, I'd like to take all these when it's time for a full board discussion. So if you could hold those questions.
With Mr. Silverman on the line, I thought maybe. Okay, we can wait.
We'll come back to this. What I'd like to do now, George, we want to hear from the petitioner.
Yes, so Katie Jenke from DL Piper.
If you could just identify yourself.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. My name is Katie Jenke Dale from DLA Piper. Along with my colleague, Peter Nicastro, we represent Amazon in this matter. Are you able to pull up the presentation? Okay, great. While that's being pulled up, I'll introduce the rest of our team. We have two representatives from Amazon with us tonight, Kyle Smith and Rachel Paulino. We also have Kimberly Horn, who is our engineering team. We have civil engineers, Brooke Stickler and Tom Strafensky, and they also were the landscape engineers. And then our traffic consultant, Roy Franzler, also with Kimberly Horn. And then finally, our design team from BRR Architects, Greg Nakata and Austin Abbott. This is just a brief agenda. The video that you just saw kind of stole our thunder on some of these items, but we'll go through them pretty quickly to leave plenty of time for discussion and questions. But I'll quickly go over the site and a summary of what we're seeking approval of tonight. Then we will give a project overview, both what this is and what it's going to look like. Rory will go through her traffic consultant, which was reviewed by the village and IDOT. And then finally, I'll come back up and wrap up with economic and community benefits. Here's the site. It's at the southwest corner of 159th and LaGrange, and it's approximately 35 acres. As noted, it's currently zoned COR Mixed Use District and is in the Regional Core Planning District under the Comprehensive Plan. Everything being proposed is consistent with that zoning district and the Comprehensive Plan designation with the approvals that we're seeking tonight. And I would note, I know this was in the video, but warehouse is not an allowed use and is not what is being proposed. And that, again, will be codified in the special use ordinance if approved. This is what we are seeking approval of. Many of these are standard plat of consolidation and dedication, approval of the plans, including the site, landscape plans, as well as the elevations. And then we need several special use permits. I want to make a couple of notes about those special use permits though. One is that with a site of 35 acres, I think that it's safe to assume, and with the wetlands conditions that are present on the site, which Brooks will talk about later, it would be hard to imagine any development of a site of this size that would be less than 50,000 square feet or need the relief for the wetlands. So I think that the approvals that we're seeking are completely in alignment with the zoning district. So what are we proposing? I think we've said multiple times, it's not a warehouse. Just say it one more time, maybe a few more. We are proposing a new retail concept from Amazon, one of the first, if not the first of its kind. No Prime membership is required, although just like in a Whole Foods, if you have a Prime membership, you may get additional benefits. And it's going to be primarily grocery, but with additional merchandise offerings and potentially other ancillary uses. It does have, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, a slightly larger storeroom than you would typically see with a traditional retail use. And that's because they propose to provide additional offerings on site. So what does that look like? If I'm at this facility doing my grocery shopping and I see a sweater, really like the sweater, but it's red. And I don't want red, I want blue. But blue isn't out on the floor. This facility, I could walk over, either get on my phone or walk over to a kiosk and order that sweater in blue. And that sweater will be waiting for me when I go to check out for my groceries at the front desk. Or what about I'm shopping for dog food for my dog, and I see sitting out the 10-pound bag, but I have a really big dog and I need 50 pounds of dog food. Well, I don't want to carry 50 pounds of dog food through the store, or maybe not even put it in my car. That sounds heavy. So I can go over to the kiosk, order the 50-pound bag of dog food, and then pull up to a designated area where an Amazon employee will bring it out and put it in my car. Problem solved. Or just like you're seeing in retailers all across the market, I'm lazy that day, or it's raining, or cold, like today, I go on Instacart, I order it, rather than the in-store customers having to fight with those Instacart drivers who are running all over the store and filling up shopping carts. That Instacart driver will come to the store, again, go to a designated area, pick up the order, bring it to me at my home, just like you're seeing at other retailers. The unique thing that we're doing here that makes us different is that it's purpose-built and safer. We've been trying to accommodate the different uses and how we're seeing retail customers shop today, either in-store or out of the store, and do it in a more thoughtful, purpose-built way. So rather than have storage throughout the store to provide all those service offerings, or have those third-party drivers running around and interacting with our in-store customers, we've separated those in a way that is much more thoughtful. And the last bullet on this slide, I'm going to ask Kyle Smith from Amazon to come up and speak to of why Orland Park and why they chose this village.
Mr. Mayor, Board, Kyle Smith, Amazon Economic Development and Public Policy. So we saw a little bit in the video about why we chose Orland Park and what the village said, but we didn't hear from the petitioner. So we thought that would be wise to tell you why we chose Orland Park. So it's very clear that this tract of land is in a very great corridor. We consider this in retail, the corner of Main and Main. So what retailer would not want to be at the corner of Main and Main in order to put a new facility and put our best foot forward with all the offerings that we have? That being said, this large tract of land is also very unique for this type of corridor. When can you get 35 plus acres in order to build a purpose-built facility for something new and innovative at the corner of Main and Main? So there are a lot of the reasons why we chose Orland Park. But additionally, Amazon is going to do something different here, which doesn't necessarily happen throughout the market that much. We have the ability to potentially purchase this land. So we're currently under contract, but Amazon, if everything goes according to plan and gets approved, will be the owner. So what we're trying to shows a tremendous amount of investment in the village, and that's before we even get to the building. So after the building's built, there's going to be additional investment poured into Orland Park, and we're hoping that this is the partnership for a long, fruitful relationship for a new and innovative Amazon facility. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentation, and we'll go over to engineering.
Thank you, Kyle. Brooks Stickler with Kimley Hornet Associates. So wanted to walk you through a little bit about the site plan, about the overall kind of surrounding areas with Costco to our west, the new roundabout that is going to be going in for the Costco gas station, and then Ravinia Extension, which currently stops right at the edge of the new Pulte single-family development, and then also we will be working with the village for the extension as well. So the proposed building is 231,290 square feet with approximately 800 parking stalls. And again, you'll hear the word purpose-built in many times because that's what we're really doing here with the front for the patrons for parking, south for more of an associate for people that work there, and then down on the very south, it's that pickup that we were referring to of the third-party drivers. And then also the angled parking you'll see kind of at the bottom right there, which is where you order something, you drive up, you pick it, they put it in your car, and you drive off. So really trying to keep those separate for safety and for flow of the overall area. We have 7 truck docks that will enter and exit from Ravinia Avenue They will not be going out onto 159th. We have a new right turn lane off of LaGrange to help get traffic going into the facility off of LaGrange Avenue to limit the people trying to slow down, to let people turn right. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we will be dedicating Ravinia Avenue right away to the village. And what that also does is within our stormwater pond in the back, that will also be used for the stormwater for Ravinia Avenue. So it is a shared use, joint use pond that will be used for Ravinia, our development, but then it also conveys a lot of the stormwater that goes for the property to the south as well, the commercial development down there as well. So we also have, along those same lines within the stormwater, we have wetlands and ditches on our property that convey that stormwater that we were just talked about. And we are going to be meeting all stormwater criteria, and it's all in compliance with MWRD and the more strict village criteria as well. One other thing of note is we were very cognizant of the pedestrian connectivity as Ravinia Avenue and having sidewalks that go down there, especially with the new single family at the southwest, people being able to walk over there to this facility and actually get out there and use those connectivities that we have. And then this is a side-by-side, just really of the site plan and the landscape plan, and kind of show you what the ultimate build-out would be, but then also what's phase one immediate build-out. So as you can see on the west, we have those 5 out parcels that'll help bring even more business to the village, and then also the landscaping, which will all be very mature. So on the right, you'll see this is phase one. All the buffers along LaGrange and 159th will be put in phase one to help with buffering, as well as a well-landscaped and manicured pond in the back that will be used for that as well. So then as you can kind of put the two together, you'll see how once the out parcels are in, all of the landscapes there, it's much more mature. You have a really good screening of the overall facility. One other thing that I would note is we also have the pedestrian-oriented feature that's at the southwest corner there that you'll see in just a minute with some of our renderings. That really goes to that pedestrian connectivity and also just the really good look of that area. And then with that, I will pass it over to Greg.
Greg Nakata with BRR Architecture. So we're using this diagram here to show the ratio between front of house and back of house, which are 54 and 46% respectively, comprising our building's gross square footage of 231,290 square feet, with 228,158 square feet representing our net area. We begin with the entrance, which shows a recessed plaza area framed by an architectural gateway, flanked by large expansive windows and louvers.
Yep, just, can you stay right on the microphone? I want to make sure everybody hears you clearly. Thank you.
Sure. At the northeast corner, we see a close-up of the warmer textures and materials we're using along the building facade. And now as we zoom out, we can see the building in the distance from the corner of 159th and LaGrange, where a wide monument sign anchors a pedestrian-oriented feature with paved connections to the development. And here at the northwest corner along 159th, we see a vibrant wall panel consistent with the detailing of the entrance. This wall panel, among other refinements, has been enlarged as a result of feedback we received from the commissioners. And here we see that enlarged retail sign noted previously, as well as the addition of a vibrant colored parapet to complement the accent colors used throughout the project. And similar to the north elevation, we're proposing an enlarged wall panel to host a future sign that is oriented towards Ravinia. This view at the southwest corner shows our associate entry, with a more subtle color palette and textures, in contrast to the more vibrant and focused entrances for the customers. And back at the entrance, we have since added wood appearance paneling at the back of the plaza area to further emphasize the warmth and inviting atmosphere of the main entry plaza. Thank you.
Good evening, Rory Fansler Split with Kimley Horn. I'm going to talk through a little bit on the traffic impact study. The traffic impact study was prepared for the subject development according to IDOT and village standards. The traffic impact study evaluates both existing and future traffic conditions at key intersections, facilitating site access. The traffic impact study, we're working through some final technical revisions with both agencies, but both IDOT and the village have generally concurred with the access configuration that's highlighted on the screen before you this evening. Brooks touched on this, but I'll just walk through it for clarity. The square, the blue square icon indicates a restricted right in, right out driveway. So that would only permit a right in and a right out. So there would be 2 of those to 159th Street and then 1 to LaGrange Road. At the east access to 159th Street, a right turn lane would be provided. 159th Street is under IDOT jurisdiction. IDOT has generally concurred with that improvement. In addition, a right turn lane would be provided on LaGrange Road, which is also under IDOT jurisdiction. IDOT has also concurred with that improvement. In addition, based on input from the village, an acceleration lane would be provided on LaGrange Road at that right in, right out driveway. I think it's important to highlight that this would be a unique condition along the LaGrange Road corridor. Currently, most commercial developments do not have a dedicated right turn lane, and so access to those creates disruption along the corridor. In contrast, the proposed configuration here would create a refuge area for right turn vehicles entering the site to move out of free flow traffic on LaGrange Road and complete their inbound turn. Similarly, the acceleration lane would allow for vehicles exiting the site to merge onto LaGrange Road without disrupting the through traffic on the corridor. In addition to those restricted access driveways, 3 full access driveways are proposed to the future Ravinia Avenue extension. Those are shown as the red circular icons. The easternmost access, a dedicated right turn lane would be provided. That would be the most frequently used driveway, and therefore a right turn lane would be provided to maintain free flow traffic on Ravinia Avenue. Similar concept to what we're showing on 159th and LaGrange. This graphic depicts the on-site circulation plan that Brooks touched upon earlier, and Katie also kind of walked through. The intent, again, is this is purpose-built. This is very similar to what we've seen many retail retail developments retrofit their existing parking lots with new signage and new dedicated areas. This would be developed with very separated areas for different users, separated through signage and striping. As Brooks mentioned, the kind of main parking area on the east side of the building would be for customers and employees. As was shown in one of the images, architectural images on the southeast quadrant of the building, those angled parking spaces would be for customers. If I order online and I want to pick up, but I don't want to go into the store, I would pull into one of those spaces and an employee would bring my groceries to my vehicle. And then the yellow area is if I'm home with a sick child and I don't want to go to the store and I order online and somebody delivers to my home, that's where they will pick up the product, the groceries or whatever I've ordered, the blue sweater. It's important to note the west driveway to Ravinia Avenue would be the only driveway on the site that would be used by trucks. All truck traffic would access the site via the future signalized intersection of LaGrange Road and Ravinia Avenue extension. They would complete a right turn into the site via the west driveway to Ravinia Avenue and pull into the loading docks. Conversely, and then they would resupply the store. Conversely, when they exit, they would exit that westernmost driveway and make a left turn to again head to the future signalized intersection of LaGrange Road and Ravinia Avenue extension. And I'll turn it back over.
I feel like how Rory's home with a sick child and I am scared of the elements or lazy, but same idea. So I'll just wrap up by going through some of the public infrastructure and amenities. Many of these have been highlighted throughout the presentation. In addition to all those traffic improvements that Rory just outlined, we will be dedicating Ravinia Avenue. It's our understanding from staff that that's a long-standing priority of the village. We will be accommodating not just the stormwater needs for our site, but those of the right-of-way and other properties in the area. And then making what I think is a pretty significant upgrade to this prominent corner in the village with this pedestrian-oriented feature. There's also significant economic benefits that come with this development. The site's currently vacant, dormant, and generates pretty minimal property taxes and zero sales taxes. Those would both, of course, go up. We anticipate creating over 500 jobs. About half of those would be full-time, as well as 200 plus construction jobs. As Kyle mentioned, this is a significant and unique investment by Amazon, and that they're buying this site and will be owners of this site. And we see this as the beginning of a partnership with the village. And then, as Attorney Silverman outlined, we did make some additional commitments in the special use to accompany the special use with that 12-month traffic look back, acknowledging that this is a new concept for us as well. We wanted to put our money where our mouth is. We think that our traffic engineers have done a great job, and the village has certainly put us through our paces as far as vetting that. They've done an incredible, thorough job, but just in case we're wrong, in 12 months, we'll be back at the table talking to them about that. We also agreed to that restriction on full-size trailers during the peak hours. Both of those, I believe from discussing with staff, are unique to this special use and haven't been required of other retailers in the village. But again, in a showing of good faith, we are open to those conditions in the ordinance. And then finally, we were here 2 weeks ago with your planning commission. We heard them loud and clear. A couple of them wanted us to make changes to the elevations, so you've seen those tonight, those changes that we put the team to work on, said, quick work, and said, what can we do to accommodate those comments? So with that, we thank you for your time and consideration tonight. Like I said, we've worked for many months, and with your very professional, very thorough staff, we appreciate all their time. And we are available for any questions. With that, I'll turn it.
What we'd like to do is, I think, George, we're going to hear from staff, and then we'll take public comments, and then we'll probably call you back up for some additional questions and follow-ups.
So right now, Director Steve Marciani of Development Services is going to go over the entitlement process, and then that will be followed up with the Director of Engineering, Rashid Hoda, who will talk about traffic. So this item is up.
All right, thank you, George. Here we go. There we go. So just why are we actually here tonight? So this is actually the board is going to be approving or voting on. They'll decide whether they're going to approve. The plan of consolidation and dedication, which is part of this, is actually going to be on the next agenda. But what we're talking about tonight are the special uses for a retail establishment over 50,000 square feet. Again, this is required of any retail use that is 50,000 square feet or larger in the town. Development within 50 feet of a non-tidal wetland. Again, this is a very regular special use that's given out just to make sure that we're not harming a non-tidal wetland. And then a plan development, which will include the site plan, the landscaping plan, the building elevations, and one modification. I'd just like to point out to the village board that staff has been working with Amazon since May, and there's been a lot of back and forth to get to the point that we only need one item of relief, and I'll get into some detail on what that item, the single item of relief is and why shortly. Okay, so I know we've talked about this quite a lot already, but this is a retail store. This is a unique retail concept, and it will offer a broad selection of fresh groceries, household essentials, and general merchandise. The village zoning code does not allow for warehouses on this property, and it has several mechanisms to ensure that the project remains consistent with commercial retail requirements in the village code. So managing traffic is very important for all new development, and IDOT and the village have worked closely with Amazon to accommodate traffic. Both on 159th Street and LaGrange Road are under IDOT's jurisdiction, and the Amazon store cannot be built without IDOT's approval. I should be really clear about that. The village has jurisdiction over the extension of Ravinia and the internal circulation of traffic without or within the Amazon property. Initial development by IDOT and the village or reviews indicate that the proposed improvements appear to accommodate traffic. Again, this was stated. I just want to reiterate that. The new improvements include the extension of Ravinia Avenue, new traffic signal at LaGrange Road and Ravinia Avenue intersection, and 3 new right-in, right-out access points, and up to 5 outlots could be developed along LaGrange Road and 159th Street. Other commercial buildings, such as restaurants, would intensify the mixed uses on the property. So let's talk about what this isn't. Again, we've discussed this once before. This is the Amazon Fulfillment Center in Matson. This is a 3 billion square foot facility. It's very large, stores a whole bunch of very big tractor trailers, has a very large amount of loading docks, and is very tall, none of which this facility is. By comparison, that's the size of their building compared to our building on the footprint, and also there's different sizes of the sites. Closer to home, we've got the Costco building, which is about 16 acres, about 150,000 square feet, and 4 loading docks, 31 feet tall. We've got the Walmart, which is about the same size with 6 loading docks. We've got the IKEA in Bolingbrook, which is slightly larger. It's also 6 loading docks and also a large pickup area in the front of the building for customers to pick up what they've just purchased and put them in their cars. Again, we've got the plan consolidation dedication. This is a fiduciary duty of the board. It meets all the requirements. The proposed site plan, which we've already discussed. And then this is the item of relief. So we have a requirement that you can't park between the building and the street. This site has streets on 3 sides, so it's almost impossible to accommodate that. We've had this situation in other places. They have agreed to put outlot buildings along 159th Street and eventually on LaGrange Road, and that will, in the longer term, not need this requirement, but we'll still need it on the south because you've got streets on 3 sides and you have to get in someplace. Here again, here's the landscaping plan. This is the phase 1 landscaping plan. So again, you've got the full landscaping along the north and east sides, and that buffer will remain when the outlots are developed. And then all the parking lot landscaping and the pond in the back. Again, this is the view that most people are going to see coming from the north or from the east. Again, and I'll just run through these quickly. This one I'd like to just point out, a lot of the detail didn't come up during the Plan Commission case, but there is a lot of textures, a lot of colors, a lot of different building materials. They did make some enhancements based off of the feedback from the Plan Commission and other comments that we've received back, and they've already presented what those changes are, so I'll just run through these really quickly. You've seen them all before. All right, and I will pass it over to Krishid.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. I will talk about very briefly on the stormwater and grading, and then we'll talk a little bit more detail on the traffic. This site itself basically flows from east to west, and Amazon and their civil engineer, Kimberly Horn, has confirmed in writing that there's no adverse impact on stormwater on this property or to the adjacent property. And also there is non-tidal wetlands on the site, and they will be addressing those through wetland mitigation from off-site credits. So we do not have any issue, and we believe that they have met our as well as MWRD requirements. I will be talking about 2 different types of solutions that we are addressing. One is a regional traffic, and then the other one would be traffic for the project. What we will do, Mayor, is that we will talk about the regional traffic first. And I want to really very clearly say that the next several slides that I will talk about, it is not about this Amazon project. We as a village have been working on traffic issues for quite some time. We are very aware of the challenges we have, and I'll show it to you through several projects that the board has approved, and we are currently either in study or we'll be starting construction soon. But point I really wanted to make sure is that these issues are in village review, and they were going to address whether this project was here or not. So Village has been working on a comprehensive and long-range traffic improvement plan. Several improvements are currently in design, and then we will be going into construction in the next few months and coming years. The only advantage that we have with this Amazon project that it has expedited our implementation, because this project, through the funding that has become available because of this project, will allow us to move into construction sooner than later. Ravinia Avenue will continue to act as a bypass to LaGrange Road. With this connection completing, it will really allow us to, from 143rd Street all the way to 161st Street, we do not have to get onto LaGrange Road. That will be the real advantage of it. Widening of 143rd will also be a huge advantage to us as a village, because we will not have to deal with, the traffic from 159 will be able to shift to 143rd, and it will kind of balance itself. One important element to show that it is going to be a reality, that we have secured over $50 million in grant funding or IDOT commitments for 143rd Street widening. So let's talk about some of these specific projects that we are working on. What will be happening on 159th Street, for example? We will be closing the median between Lakeview Plaza and Amazon retail store. And the reason for us to do that is we need more storage capacity at 159 in LaGrange for the left turn traffic, eastbound to northbound, the dual left turn traffic. We just do not have enough capacity. That's proven by the traffic studies as well as by IDOT. We will convert the Lakeview Drive into right in, right out. Eastbound dual left turn will be extended further so that we have more capacity for the cars. And then there will be potentially some improvements at the Lakeview Plaza internal circulation as we are working with them. Ravinia Avenue extension, you have heard many times. We have been working over 10 years, but I believe we are close to it now. The reason it has not been done yet, because we had right-of-way acquisition challenges. Now we are proceeding with an eminent domain, and I expect that we'll be starting construction later this summer, and we expect to complete it later this year. One major improvement to this project, because of this project in terms of financing, a new traffic signal will be installed at 161st and Ravinia. We will also convert the northbound single left turn lane into a dual left turn lane, also extend it southwards so that we have more capacity for left turn traffic that will be entering into Ravinia Avenue. The IDOT also has indicated that they may be adding a right turn lane at Ravinia and 160 at Ravinia and LaGrange later sometime. The traffic at roundabout at Costco, that is definitely going to increase our traffic flow, improve our traffic flow, and reduce congestion on Ravinia and 159. Several traffic enhancements have already been included in Costco's project, and construction is scheduled to start later this year. 159th and 94th, we have been working on a traffic study for some time now. It is right now in phase 1. It is a multi-jurisdiction intersection, and we expect the improvements will require that we will have to replace all of the traffic signals, as well as add right turn or left turn lanes as needed. We're pursuing several grant applications for that process. I just mentioned about 143rd. This project is also over 20 plus years in the making. We will be fortunate that early next year we'll be starting the construction of Southwest Highway to West Avenue construction, as well as we have IDOT commitment for the Wilcoke to Wolf Road section. So as of right now, we have $20 million secured for Southwest Highway to West. We do not have money yet for the middle section, and we have over $30 million allocation by IDOT for Wilcoke to Wolf Road. We're also trying to improve overall traffic in this general area. 143rd Street and 151st Street will go through a traffic signal progression implementation, which will improve the traffic flow on both of these streets, which in turn will also help the traffic flow on LaGrange Road. Another one that you can see in this map, we're conducting a regional traffic study surrounding around 159 and LaGrange Road, that the yellow roadways that you can see, those are the roads we will be studying and see how we can improve the traffic, understand the traffic first and improve the traffic in a long range manner with phased solutions. I just mentioned that. Now let's talk about some of the project-related traffic solutions that we have. Petitioner has already mentioned that. I will touch on those as well. Just for example, this is the western driveway off of 159. It will not be used for any truck access. It is a right in, right out with a deceleration lane. The eastern drive will also be have a deceleration lane and an acceleration lane and a right in, right out only. Again, no truck traffic will be allowed through this access as well. The driveways that are closest to the intersection will be closed. They will be eliminated altogether from the project. The northern drive that they mentioned just a few minutes ago, it's also right in, right out with an deceleration lane and acceleration lane. Again, no truck traffic will be allowed to access this site from LaGrange Road at this location. The Ravinia Road eastern entrance, it is a dedicated inbound lane and a dedicated left turn and a separate right turn lane, which will allow us to keep the traffic away from Ravinia Avenue through traffic. Again, no trucks access through this drive. The trucks will be allowed on Ravinia Avenue, but not being able to enter the facility through this driveway. One more thing that I will say, that the median that connects to the south development will be closed at this location as well. Again, just a normal middle drive, limited use, no truck access through this drive as well. And as the petitioner mentioned, this is the drive, this is the westernmost drive that will be used for truck access, but very limited use by other drivers. So in really quick summary, we believe we have done a comprehensive understanding of what the traffic looks like in this general area, and we are able to either implement solutions or in the phase where we are studying those solutions, and we'll be able to come back to you for additional implementation. And then the project-related challenges, we believe we have studied them well and have implemented reasonable solutions.
Are we done with staff presentations?
Yes, we are.
All right, as discussed, I think it's time now for public comment. So for anybody who signed in, we're going to call you up, and then you'll have 3 minutes, and then we'll have a board discussion. We'll probably come back to staff and the petitioner with some questions based on public comments.
Dan McMillan.
So just the rules are pretty simple, which is 3 minutes, for each speaker. Please come up and introduce yourself so everybody understands it. And if you'd like to pose a question to the board, and then we'll take it up when we open up for board discussion. Go ahead.
We'll do it. Well, good evening, Mayor Dodge and members of the village board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Sitting here and watching the thorough and reasonable review that you're giving. Mr. Healy, I hope you can get that question answered, because that's an important one. with the sales tax. And now the phone's going off as I'm trying to read. And I'm, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, I'm here speaking on behalf of the chamber, but we're really reviewing and looking at it just as you are. We support jobs. We support reasonable growth, and this appears to be reasonable growth. Now, Orland Park has long been recognized as a premier retail destination, and that reputation was built through thoughtful planning, strong partnerships, and a commitment to economic health. And a project such as this, I see being a strong part of enabling us to keep growing, but responsibly. Now, from the Chamber's perspective, the project means jobs, increased sales tax revenue, and renewed activity on a long vacant site. It supports local services, helps stabilize property taxes, which we always are in favor of, and strengthens the overall business climate that allows small and mid-sized businesses to succeed alongside major employers. Now, the village, it appears you've taken the time, and you'll continue to take the time to review the proposal publicly. It looks like you have quite an audience here tonight, and it's good to see a robust discussion on something like this. It's going to benefit us for many, many years, and Orland has a history of leading the region in regional performance, and projects like this help us maintain the momentum. We believe the development is a positive step forward for our economy and our community. So to sum it up, I'd like to just thank you for your leadership, your diligence, and your continued commitment to keeping Orland Park as a place where businesses want to invest and families want to live. Thank you very much. I'm off to the library for our board meeting there. Joanna, we miss you. That's all. But yes, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Richard Bonnevier.
Hello. My name is Richard Bonnevier, and I'm here today to speak about the proposed Amazon building. I'm not entirely opposed to Amazon building in Orland Park, but what I am opposed to is the fast tracking of this project as well as the location. Abraham Lincoln stated in the Gettysburg Address that the world will little note nor long remember what we say here. That same statement applies to the village process in fast tracking this project. The board will little note nor long remember what the tax-paying citizens say. If you doubt this, look to the statement issued by the pro-Mayor Dodge political PAC, Inform Orland Park, who board member at the time of the vote, Kathy Fenton, sat on the Planning Commission. Before a single meeting was held or a single vote taken, they welcomed Amazon to the village. The whole process has been shrouded in secrecy, and there has been a complete lack of transparency. The speed at which this is taking place is not good governance. Most residents found out about the project shortly before the Planning Commission meeting or on the news. Some people I speak with still aren't aware, and we are given 3 minutes to comment, which is less time than it takes me to get through the 159th and LaGrange intersection. The level of service traffic grade is currently a failing E to F. Does anyone believe that this project will improve that grade? They haven't improved it now, so why will it be improved in the future? A project of this magnitude changes the village, yet you devoted more time to discussing pickleball courts than this project. Does this project at the current location improve the residents' quality of life? Is the goal to occupy every square inch of space? In the past year, the board has approved annexations, eminent domains, land acquisitions, renegotiated the police contract, hired dozens of new employees, adding up to millions. The fast tracking of this project appears to be a way to pay for all of this, not to improve the residents' lives. You're voting on a concept store, which Amazon doesn't even have a name for. All it says is retail store. Since 2020, Amazon has shut down 4 of their concept stores: Amazon Books, Amazon Force Store, Amazon Pop-Up Store, and Amazon Style. And Amazon Go is down to 19 stores. If this new concept fails, what will you do when Amazon asks for this 230,000 square foot, 40-foot tall building, which we are told is not a warehouse, into a last mile distribution warehouse? No way a future board lets it sit vacant. I see the village has put out a response to some of the questions about this project. This is reminiscent of the discussion of the failed 9750 Triangle project. Residents' concerns were dismissed, and almost everything we were told about the project turned out to be false. Rather than the board and residents being partners on what type of community we want, the board and Amazon should be partners telling residents what type of community we will have. Please delay the vote and allow residents to have their say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dad, I wonder if we might turn that down a little bit.
Sorry.
No, thank you for your comments. Glad you're finished. Call the next speaker.
Tracy Sullivan.
Good evening. I'm Tracy Sullivan. I live at 158 186th Avenue in the village of Orland Park, where my family and I have lived for over 50 years. I am grateful that Amazon wants to come to our beloved village. I'm thrilled about this amazing project. I attended the Planning Commission meeting. I read all the documents. I read the facts. I read social media, and still I support this project. So I have a few comments for you to consider before you vote. When we moved into Orland Park over 50 years ago, it was different. And that's okay. Today, it's different, and that's okay. What I appreciate about this project is that it is visionary. It has integrated innovation, and it's looking forward. I want a company that invests in our community, that wants us to grow, that adds construction jobs, that adds retail jobs, that brings people here that want to spend their money in Orland Park, that helps us and the surrounding communities. So as a long-term partner, I think Amazon is a good fit for Orland Park. Based on what I know, their plans look pretty cool. I think that it would be something that could reduce cost, could increase competition, could help our businesses thrive. I've talked to many people around the village that support this project. They're excited that Amazon wants to come to Orland Park and replace what is a farm on the corner of a very busy field, on a very busy intersection, excuse me. Thank you to the Planning Commission who did their jobs, to the engineers, to the architects, to Amazon who did their jobs. And now I'm looking forward to this village board doing your job and voting on a very important project once you take into account everything that's been said. Thank you to the staff and at Amazon who made changes based on what was mentioned at the Planning Commission already. I believe our staff will do a great job to monitor this project, to make sure it's successful, done on time, and done right, because that's how we do things in Orland Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Dalton.
Good evening. My name is John Dalton. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Orland Park. I'm also an officer of Local 134 IBW Electricians Union in Cook County. I want to read a quick comment. Dear Board of Trustees, Madam Clerk, and Mayor Dodge, on behalf of Local 134 IBW Electricians Union in Cook County, I write to express our strong support for the proposed Amazon project at 159th and LaGrange Road in Orland Park. Local 134 proudly represents approximately 888 members and their families residing in Orland Park, as well as an additional 2,300 members and their families in neighboring communities. This project promises to create meaningful work opportunities for skilled union tradespeople and ensure ongoing employment for years to come. We have witnessed the positive impact of Amazon developments in nearby towns such as Matson and Markham, where projects have contributed to local economies and communities. Furthermore, the planned infrastructure enhancements will further benefit Orland Park and its residents. We respectfully urge you to advance this mutually beneficial project. Respectfully, Don Finn, Business Manager, Local 134. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Nugent.
My name is John Nugent, and I've lived in the village since 2002. And I first want to make sure that I thank staff, especially Steve and our economic developer, or property in Bedlilo. And this is just a known fact. No community has a stronger staff for development, community development, and community enhancement, from Ed to Steve to other staff. And that's even a problem for Steve because they recruit his people away. I know that over 9 months have been put into this, and I know that our staff has done 110% on this job. I don't deny that, I just want to acknowledge that. I know this project will get approved today or later. What I've asked, and I've said it at the Plan Commission, and I've said it on social media, Facebook, I think you just need to slow it down a little bit, as Rich said, just like the pickleball court. People who lived on a street called Park, across from a park, that used to be our biggest park, demanded you slow down and reverse the project. And especially our newest trustee says all voices need to be heard. The assumption that everybody sees Facebook is a false assumption. And within 3 minutes of this project are 14 condo and townhouse associations. And I think they are entitled and deserve to be next door in a building with a presentation like we did for 17101 Wolf and like we've done for other projects. They need unlimited time, not 3 minutes of questions. They deserve to see all that. They need posters, they need questions. I talked to the association presidents, 80% of the residents are over the age of 55. These people drive local, they drive limited. The project's gonna happen. Explain how you're gonna impact them. We have not talked about, in one little example of them, 97th Avenue. Are we closing 97th Avenue? Are we eliminating Saratoga Park? Those people are gonna be impacted to the west and they're gonna be impacted to the north. So that's part of it. But one of the key things that I think gets missed in this is 2 projects. This is not 10 years, but 20 years we've been planning a boulevard system to improve traffic flow. And you can hear it in staff's voice, it's gonna happen. That's good. And you can go, even Trustee Fenton said that plan, you can go from 142nd and Ravinia all the way here. Yes. And if I live in the 5 condo associations between 159th and 157th, I'm not getting less traffic, I'm getting more traffic. One of the things about the traffic study, very diligent team, the reputation is immense. They've had a lot of suggestions. There are so many points in there that deserve to be next door for all residents, not just the 14 HOAs. An example is in their report, and staff has commented on stuff. One example, I got like 15, I can only do one. The right turn lane currently exists on our 59th, like if you're leaving Costco, according to this professional team here, it should have an additional right turn lane. That's not being planned. One of my big issues here is we have 2 issues.
Please finish your thoughts.
We really are almost ignoring the tag-along extension project. It has incredible impact, and the 3 corners of businesses, they gain 0 benefit. All 3 intersections, be happy to talk about later, are negatively affected. After all these years, none of them benefit from the extension.
Thank you.
Joe Solek.
So my thunder's been stolen by some other speakers. My name is Joe Solik. Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask the village board to pause the Amazon development proposed for 159th Street and LaGrange Road. I also recognize that this request may be futile because by all appearances, this decision was already made. How do I know that? Because the political PAC and Forum Orland publicly announced this Amazon development on Facebook on January 10th, days before the Planning Commission met to vote on it, and nearly 10 days before this board was scheduled to finalize the project. It is troubling that the chair of Inform Orland also sits on a planning commission. While I'm not here to make legal judgments, this relationship creates serious ethical concerns and very poor optics. It raises questions about transparency and the spirit of the Open Meetings Act. I attended the Planning Commission meeting, was struck by the sheer size of this project and how dramatically it will change the character of Orland Park. This is already one of the busiest intersections in the village. Traffic congestion is bad today, and everybody knows it'll only get worse. The village has effectively admitted this by focusing on traffic mitigation rather than reduction, an acknowledgement that congestion is unavoidable. This project is being rushed forward with only about 2 weeks' notice to residents regarding its true scope. I remind the board that Dugan Park renovation took more than 2 years of planning and was scaled back after objections from just a few dozen residents. Today, hundreds of residents have signed petitions asking that this development be paused. Some trustees have spoken about preserving Orland Park's small-town character, even arguing to move the Taste of Orland Park back to the village green for that reason. So I ask, how does a 230,000 square foot industrial concrete structure serve as a welcoming entrance to our community? Finally, I want to put this project into context. According to research, since 2023, Amazon has abandoned roughly 32 million square feet of warehouse and retail space nationwide. This proposal is a prototype facility. Its financial success is uncertain. Projections are guesses, and if it fails, there is no redo. Once this building goes up, Orland Park is permanently committed to it. One of your campaign promises was to listen to the residents. On change.org, there are over 5,000 resident signatures asking you to pause the project. I ask, can you hear us now? Thank you.
Michael Sippel.
Good evening. My name is Michael Sippel. I live at 11040 Fawn Creek Lane. I'd like to start by saying I'm not opposed to developing this land. I'm not opposed to Amazon. My concerns are about this specific proposal and the process around it. The timeline from initial public awareness to potential board approval feels unusually fast for a project of this size and permanence. Releasing a lengthy FAQ just hours before a potential vote does not allow for sufficient time for residents to review and respond, particularly for a development that will permanently alter that major corridor and has only been under public review for a few weeks. While the ordinance prohibits warehouse or distribution uses, I believe that restriction only applies to the primary use. Can the board confirm that later? It remains unclear whether last mile delivery or order fulfillment activities could still occur as a part of retail operation, particularly with over 105,000 square feet of back of house space and dedicated gig worker parking. My understanding is that interior floor plans aren't required until board approval or after board approval, but for a first of its kind store of this magnitude, approving this project without a clear understanding of how the interior operates feels like a lack of due diligence. If trustees have already reviewed detailed floor plans, I respectfully ask that those be made public. If not, that should all give us pause. This investment represents a negligible financial risk to Amazon, less than 0.1% of its net income. The long-term operational and community impacts, however, will be incurred by the village and its residents. Without explicit operational limits or public review of interior plans, it's difficult to see how certain activities would be restricted or enforced over time. We all understand that the primary benefit being cited is tax revenue. For that reason, I'm asking to see clear projections of net benefit, not just gross revenue. That means accounting for additional services, infrastructure impacts, and any displacement of existing retail and tax base. Without that information, it's difficult to fully understand and evaluate how this project improves the village's long-term financial position. I'm not asking the board to reject this project. I believe everyone here wants what's best for Orland Park. I'm simply asking for clarity and due diligence before approval, not after. Clarity on what this is, what it isn't, and how it will function. Given these unanswered questions, I respectfully ask the board to pause approval and allow additional time for proper review before making a final decision. Thanks for your time.
Lucas Hawley.
Hello, Board of Trustees and Mayor. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak in public comment. First off, I do want to say the comments before by multiple members stating that Amazon leaving spaces this past year, majority of that, like mentioned, Amazon Go are primary spaces that they lease. This space is going to be an owner-occupied site, which means that they're going to be liable for the taxes, whether or not that store is there or not. But first off, I want to say that that this Amazon development is a great opportunity that honestly should really be celebrated, that Amazon chose Orland Park out of plenty of other communities that they had an opportunity to go to, whether it be Naperville or anything else like that. And that this site has the opportunity to go from $48,000 paying in property taxes to a potential of $1.5 million. And I think that is a great opportunity for the villages, for the village and all the taxing bodies within Orland Township. And as a result, that is going to result in a lower equalized tax rate, which helps out everyone's tax rates, whether it be commercial businesses or even just regular residential property taxes. I understand the concern as far as the size of the building, but as Orland Park had mentioned in their presentation earlier, this site is only about 25,000 square feet more than the Walmart that is currently in Orland Hills, and that's about the size of like the plaza in which the Blissful Banana is. So it's really not that much larger in the grand scheme of things. And I would also argue that Amazon is going to have a better use for that overall site versus the Walmart, in which is just primarily parking spaces and then that store. So overall, I just want to say that this would bring a great opportunity in not only property taxes, but sales taxes, I presume probably liquor taxes if they have a grocery store there, and just income taxes and other miscellaneous revenue that's a benefit to this village and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Saleo?
Good evening, Mayor, village board members, staff. Thank you for having us here tonight. Before we start, I'd like to congratulate the scouts. Like we were in there earlier, that was pretty awesome. So, my name is Mike Maslow. I'm president of the Chicago and Cook County Building Trades Council. We serve over 80,000 union tradeswomen and tradesmen throughout Cook County. The vast majority, the largest majority, live in the southwest suburbs. Many of whom are your residents here in Orland Park. We're here in support of this Amazon Retail Center. These create good jobs. Our jobs are temporary, but we need more projects like this throughout the southwest suburban area to help our families put food on the table and provide good lives for their families. So we appreciate you guys considering this project, and we would urge you to support it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'd rather you sign in, but we're happy to wait for you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to address the board? We just need a simple form so we get your name and contact information. Because as soon as the next speaker is done, then we'll open it up for a board discussion. And then, as you mentioned at the start of this, I don't know, maybe almost an hour ago, there is an active motion on the floor. We'll be calling that for a vote.
I can give it to you right after. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Carol McGurry, resident for 18 years, and just want to echo the gentleman's comment about, I said this at the Plan Commission, I can't believe you guys don't have anything that shows the inside. Like, this is supposed to be like this cool, new, great concept. Even the business community didn't know anything about this cool, new concept that has no name. So I'm like, am I crazy? It still sounds like a warehouse to me. I know it's not. I know it's not a warehouse. But I went to AI and I said, there's going to be a new Amazon concept in Orland Park. And so you know what AI does. It looks for everything that's public on the internet, and then it comes back with what it thinks it's going to be. And I said, will there be deliveries from this new store? And it said yes. According to available planning documents, Amazon's proposal explicitly includes the ability for online customers to place orders and have them fulfilled from this location. You guys said that. Rather than a distant warehouse. This means home delivery of items ordered online will be supported once the store opens. This site also shows dedicated space for delivery drivers and loading areas, which suggests the store is designed to handle delivery logistics and route pickups as part of its operations. Now, I don't know, do you call that fulfillment? What do you call that? You don't call it a large storage area, it's fulfillment services. And Walmart, their storage area is 10%. This is, what, 54%? So I know it's not a distribution center, I get that. But it's not all retail, and it's going to have a lot of it's going to have a lot of vans, it's going to have a lot of cars, it's going to have a lot of traffic, and that's the challenge. If this was down the street, which I know you guys don't want, no one would even be up here questioning it. Everyone wants the Amazon revenue, of course. Amazon's a great company. Doesn't have a great track record in retail, but it's a great company for online orders. So if this is going to be Amazon Fresh, which is 35,000 square feet, and Amazon Go, which is 10,000 square feet, you're at 45. I need to get up to close to 100 and some thousand square feet. Is this service merchandise? Because if I want a red sweater, I could get it at service merchandise before they bring it from the back. Like, this to me does not sound like this cutting-edge, amazing new opportunity for Orland Park. So again, I would ask you to slow this down. I love what he said, whoever this guy is. I love what he said. Show me the numbers. Show me the details of the internals, because no one has seen that. And if you guys haven't seen it and the Plan Commission hasn't seen it, I'm sorry, shame on you. Thank you.
We have one more person who signed in.
Mohammed Jabbar.
Good evening, everyone.
Please introduce yourself, Mom.
Mohammed.
Mohammed Jabbar. Just make sure
Mohammed
it's for the
Jabbar,
record.
8316 Bromley Street. I support the retail Amazon project. It will keep our residential property taxes down, and it will allocate retail property taxes to our local schools. It would also bring more shoppers to our village, which means increase in sales tax. This also will bring further development and more jobs to the village of Orland Park. If we don't secure this retail development, another nearby village will happily secure this type of business. So I think it's important to get this type of retail business to Orland Park. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. All right, one more try. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to address the board? All we ask is a simple form for your name. Okay, I'd like to open it up for board discussion. There's an active motion on the floor, but let's have a dialogue. Trustee Malani? Did you want to be recognized, or? I was going to let Trustee Lawler go first. All right. Trustee Law, John?
First of all, we've heard a lot of comments about this project tonight. It's been in the works since May of last year. And I'm grateful. I'm a strong supporter of this project. Amazon could have chosen another community to go to. They could have gone to a neighboring community. And Orland Park is a really strong retail-oriented community. And our ability to maintain lower property taxes depends largely on the strength of our retail-driven tax base. I did have a couple concerns and stuff, but over the last 2 months, I had the opportunity to sit in with staff, sit in on a couple of the Plan Commission meetings, not the Plan Commission meetings, but planning meetings of this project. And a lot of my questions were answered. And I got to see, I'm kind of amazed at the scope and scale of this. But we've heard a lot of people try and say, oh, this is a warehouse and a fulfillment, even though we have Amazon here telling you it's not. We've had a lot of people say that, why don't we know what's going on in the inside of the store? I don't think we knew what the inside of Pete's Fresh Produce was going to look like prior to it being built. We knew it was a grocery store, right? Retail has changed over the last, since it started. I mean, for the last 20 years, we've seen a lot of changes with the rise of internet and, Amazon and home shopping. And, during COVID, you saw a lot of other retailers, adapt when people couldn't shop in the stores. And they opened up areas where you could shop from home, like you said, if it was raining, your kid was sick. And those stores will go in and have one of their employees shop for you. And then they'll put their shopping cart in a hallway there, right by the door usually. And then at some point, you or your husband or a family member or somebody else might go and pick it up. Well, I think that this has become a very common thing that a lot of people are utilizing. And I think that's what this project is. Amazon recognizes that. And so they're creating a large backroom area that will support the retail of their store. And, it is a new concept, but things change over time, and we have to make wise decisions based on, support, not necessarily fear. I mean, this is a good tax base for Orland Park, and again, I'm in full support of it. I think a lot of the questions regarding traffic and the Ravinia extension have been answered. I think it'll help improve traffic in the area, and I just want to say it wouldn't be possible if we didn't have that. This Amazon project. We wouldn't have the funds to extend Ravinia out to 161st. And so I'm in support of it. I don't think this is being rushed. I don't know what someone thinks in this community is how long a project of this scale should take. Should it take 2 years? Should it take 6 months? That's not for us to determine. At the end of the day, whether or not this is going to be successful or not, that's not up for us to decide. That's going to be the consumer who decides it. And like I said, I'm grateful they're coming to Orland Park and not another municipality that would be competing with us. So I appreciate you guys choosing Orland Park, and I look forward to working with you guys.
Mr. Chairman? The Malani?
Yeah, I have some clarifying questions to make sure I have my facts correct, and I've also got a few comments along the way so we can maybe correct some misconception or misinformation, because like everybody else up here, I spent almost 4 hours watching the Planning Commission. I've read all the documents, I've asked questions, so I've done my homework and I'm prepared to have the discussion. So first off, for the village manager and possibly even the assistant village manager, because he was the active village manager prior. When did Amazon first approach us with this? Was it back probably in like March or April? Because I remember, George, when we first met in May, you were telling me, I think we have something good going with Amazon. So it had to have been going on prior to May. I'm thinking the original idea came sooner.
And I think Jim can confirm this, Jim C., it was in April.
Okay, so April, we started talking about it. May, we started working with staff.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Question number one, I got a lot, sorry, this is gonna be a little lengthy, I apologize. So, you know, some things were mentioned as far as process. I believe this has gone through our entire process. The petitioner came to us in May. They have brought us a petition with a workable plan. It has gone to the Planning Commission. We put up signs on the property about, 2 weeks before to let everybody know, and I believe we also still put ads in the newspaper, however archaic that might be.
Yeah.
But that's the requirements, right? We did everything that was required. We put it on our website, and we had a meeting, the public attended, we listened to the voices, and, you know, not everybody voted yes on it. Somebody voted no. So not everybody was in agreement for the Planning Commission, so it comes here to the Committee of the Whole. If it was voted unanimously, we'd be going straight to the Board of Trustees tonight. There would be no Committee of the Whole discussion, right? So here we are at the Committee of the Whole, and if we don't approve this here tonight at the Committee of the Whole, or I should say recommend approving this as the Committee of the Whole, it'll be sent back to the Planning Commission, and then we will table the Board of Trustees meeting. We've done this in the past with items. We can do it again here tonight. And this isn't the first time where we've had Committee of the Whole and Board of Trustees meetings that covered the same topic. Back in 2024, we did the same thing for the police training facility. We had it on the same night and we approved it on both, right? So I think that's just something I wanted to make sure that it's clear that we are following the process. We are being transparent. We are here tonight to have our educated discussion and vote on this. We could be here for the next 3 hours talking about this. I know you guys are thrilled to hear that, right? So I also heard, you know, some people were saying they were concerned that their property taxes might actually go up because of this project, that we might be giving incentives and things like that. I just wanted to clarify, Amazon is not asking for a dime of incentives for the village, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So moving on to the next biggest concern I've heard, that this facility is too big for Orland Park. So this is about 220 to 230,000 square feet, about 220 of usable square feet. Contains 7 truck bays. So I did some driving around the neighborhood and I went to Walmart on 159th, and that's surprisingly 230,000 square feet of space based on its footprint. They have 6 truck bays. Meyer and Homer Glen is approximately 200,000 square feet as well. They have 8 truck bays. Sam's Club, an outlier, they only have 120,000 square feet, but 120,000 square feet requires 7 bays to function. Costco has 175,000 square feet and 4 bays, another outlier. So I know that some people might think that 220,000 square feet is a little bit too big for Orland Park, but it seems that other neighboring communities have decided that other large facilities like this really aren't that big of a deal, and I don't hear too many people complaining when they go to Meijer and Sam's Club, or even Walmart. So I feel some of this might actually be a case of NIMBY or not in my backyard. So as I go to some other things that I've heard, read on social media and so on, that this is a distribution center for Amazon and it's not a warehouse. Any logistics experts in the house tonight? Perfect. Amazon relies on cross-docking logistics, which is a strategy where goods are loaded and unloaded from inbound trucks. They're usually parked across from each other in a large facility where things come off of one truck, get sorted to another truck, put into another one, sent out on its way, and nothing gets stored on site. That is how Amazon quickly moves things from one place to another. And anyone familiar with logistics would know that 7 bays on one side of a truck facing, on one side of a building facing north isn't going to be able to facilitate cross-docking. So this is not a distribution center. This is a retail establishment, as they have said, right? So similar to Matson or Moni, that's a cross-docking facility, right? That's where they're gonna bring stuff in on one side, it's gonna go out the other, right? And I've heard the idea of, why haven't we seen floor plans? Has anybody seen floor plans for anything that's going in the triangle besides Weber Grill? No, because it's a concept. Okay, he has. So it was a conceptual plan that was drawn up, and we approved an overall plan for the triangle, right? So now it needs to be built, we need to have tenants, and it needs to be completed, right? Those are going to come as the other pieces of that project get approved. We've heard the traffic concerns. You know, the truck traffic is only going to come in and out of 161st. I think we've confirmed that. And I believe that's eventually going to all become Ravinia Avenue. So 161st is eventually going to go away. So the whole thing will be Ravinia, right? So, okay. So as part of traffic mitigation, Amazon on their own dollar and on their own property are going to be creating acceleration and deceleration lanes to alleviate traffic issues on LaGrange at 159th. I've heard about the Lakeview Plaza median cut being closed. It is not part of this project. It is a proposal as part of traffic alleviation that we've been looking at for quite some time. The problem is the length of the left turn lane. So we want to expand the left turn lanes. Can't do that if that cutout is there, right? So we need to alleviate the traffic issues heading northbound onto LaGrange Road. Onto LaGrange Road, right? So that would be the purpose of eliminating that cutout, not to benefit Amazon. That doesn't benefit Amazon by closing that cutout. It's got nothing to do with this project. The other concern that I've heard of, and I want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So the third-party pickup area. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understand, this is going to be a pickup area for drivers like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Instacart, all of these places that, you know, like you mentioned earlier, I'm sitting at home and I'm lazy and I want some food, right? So I'm going to call it, I'm going to get my groceries delivered. And I think part of the back of the house is actually going to be dedicated to processing these orders. So people aren't running around, like you said, with big, large carts. I run into this at Costco all the time. There's a guy in there, he's got stuff piled on a cart. I said, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I got 8 deliveries I got to do today. And he's pulling his cart through Costco. So this will be off of the floor and in the back where it belongs. And some other items I've been hearing about on social media too, whereas I usually go for the truth anyway. And, you know, comments from the Planning Commission and here tonight, the 42-foot ceiling. So my assumption is Amazon is planning on using the 42-foot ceilings because they're going to use maybe vertical stacking for merchandise and an automated picker maybe, so things are easier to get out and bring down versus horizontal picking. Would that be close to accurate? Yeah, like an automated of some sort, right? So that would make it easier to be able to pull down things and bring it out to the front of the house where it's needed. And what I also understand, there's going to be a wide variety of products, right? So you need adequate space to store these products. And, you know, people are concerned that, 42 feet, that's going to be an eyesore from the street. Well, we heard tonight that Costco is 31 or 32 feet high, right? Well, the way the ground is contoured for this space drops 10 to 12 feet from street level. So you only see 32 feet visibly of this building the way it is designed. So, you know, part of this will be brought down, same level as Costco, right? Nothing different. It's going to be buffered with trees. It's going to be not an eyesore. It should be something pleasing to the eye and actually a benefit to the corner, except, you know, what do we have there today? A pile of dirt and a closed restaurant. So, you know, we'll take what we can get. Lastly, I think residents have been, you know, we've heard that, you know, what is this going to entail, right? You know, I think that is one of the key things that we all do eventually want to see. We know it's going to be a grocery store. We know it's going to be a retail establishment. So I kind of equate this to a Walmart supercenter on steroids. It's going to have ready-made foods possibly available, I think you mentioned at the Planning Commission. Is that a yes or no or a maybe? Okay. And as far as the grocery section, I don't think anybody said it's going to be a Whole Foods. It's going to be an Amazon Fresh. To me, this sounds like it's going to be an entirely new grocery concept and an entirely new retail concept, right? So, and I might be a little off on the retail concept, but from what I'm understanding, it might kind of be like someone mentioned, a service merchandise, where I go in and I see the goods, I see what I like and what I don't like. I go, okay, I want that in a red size, extra large. I go and I order it. I go do my grocery shopping and I walk up to the front. My order is sitting there waiting for me and I go away. You know, that model of business was, around for 68 years. Service merchandise was around. They went out of business due to economic pressures, but they were a success while they were here, right? And as a final comment, I know you guys are like, thank God he's going to shut up. But sometimes you have to take a risk to get a reward. I think this project has great potential, to be very successful here. I think as a board, we're all aware that we can't make everybody happy with every decision we make. We can only do the greatest good for the greatest number. I look back to a group of individuals in the 70s at Orland Park that took a risk. A petitioner brought the idea of an indoor mall to the village, a much larger project than we're looking at here. There were mixed feelings around the mall. However, the project was approved by the Planning Commission, made it through the Board of Trustees, and here we are 50 years later. It's still vibrant and it's attracting new tenants. Orland Park took a risk back then and it was successful. So this is another chance for Orland Park. This project has potential of generating possibly $3 to $4 million or more of just sales tax revenue. We're not even talking about the property tax revenue. Amazon isn't asking us for a nickel. I believe that the Planning Commission member, John Paul, kind of summed it up best at the end of his comments. And he said, we're not here to pick winners and losers. That's not the village role to pick winners and losers. We would never say to a Burger King, you can't be in that spot because McDonald's is across the street. We've got car dealers that are stacked door to door to each other. We've got all these other businesses that are here as well. So it's really for you, the customers, to figure out. You are the guys that pick the winners and losers. So, those are my thoughts here for tonight. Thank you for everybody that helped answer my questions, and thank you for presenting this project.
Mr. Mayor? I'm going to build on what Trustee Lawler as well as Trustee Malani has said. This is a wonderful opportunity, and I want to reflect the notion of what a risk the mall was when it was first built. Who had ever heard of such a thing? In addition, I also want to take something from what Trustee Malani mentioned in terms of, well, we've got a restaurant and a big field. We could take what we can get. And what are we getting? We're getting a concept project that is not only a testament to the vitality and strength of the retail here in Orland Park, but it literally takes everything we've learned from the last 6 or so years about what it takes to have things, to be able to order things online and have them delivered, and what it takes to be able to order things online and go pick them up in a fast and convenient way. What it takes to be able to get an item delivered to you or obtain an item from the internet to your hand the same day. And what it takes for people to have a pleasant shopping experience, uninterrupted, while other people are carrying out duties of gathering items for people who ordered them online. And we have trucks flying through Orland Park all the time. Look at all the stores we have. This isn't going to be new to Orland Park that we have trucks delivering things. We know how to do this. And our staff has been working on this for months with Amazon. We have a wonderful opportunity here not only to provide a new and innovative and, in my opinion, needed manner of shopping, but this is what we the consumers have told businesses that this is the way we like to do things. And Amazon's doing it for us. And they're doing it here in Orland Park. And they're doing it they're spending their own money on it. They're not asking us for any kind of concessions, none whatsoever. They're making it possible for us to make modifications to streets that will allow for an easier flow of traffic. Okay, I mean, we all have tried to get down LaGrange Road during the holiday season, all right? we need some help anyway. So I don't think that adding a store here is gonna change the amount of traffic, but I do believe that the modifications that are being made to the streets in addition to the Ravinia extension will provide opportunities for a much better and more efficient flow of traffic. And let's talk about the opportunities for employment. 200 construction jobs while it's being built, 500 jobs once it's built. You know, we can't really, sneeze at the opportunity for employment anywhere. And, certainly not here or anywhere else. And so I do think this is a great idea. I like that Amazon said that council, when you were talking about the way the project was put together, thoughtful and purpose-built came up more than once. So this isn't some slapped together opportunity to make a quick buck and then move out of Orland Park. This is a thoughtful and purpose-built opportunity for all of us. And I think that the revenue to Orland Park, we can't sneeze at the revenue, I don't know, it's already been said by Trustee Malani as well as Trustee Lawler. So I certainly do think, I appreciate the time that our staff has put into this, as well as all of Amazon's team has put into this, providing thoughtful and well put together information for all of us to look and see what they plan to do and being straightforward about what their plan is. So thank you all, and I look forward to seeing what happens.
Excuse me, Trustee Lawrence or Trustee Healy, any comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Trustee Lawrence?
We'll save a little time here by trying not to reiterate the things that have been so well covered by the other trustees so far. So I'll skip around over the things that have already been spoken. Basically, I wanted to comment on two focus areas. One was site suitability, and the other was environmental impact. As you know, my environmental engineering background and my love of nature causes me to focus substantially on these sort of things related to the environment. Anyway, regarding the first item, site suitability, well, many of the items were covered, but one thing that wasn't covered was that this development also helps to substantially extend the retail opportunity to the southern part of LaGrange Road. So there are a number of restaurants and stores down that way, but they don't get a lot of in-traffic. People don't stop a lot down there. There's some really nice places, but it's a little bit of a forgotten area. I think with the new development here, that's gonna become more vibrant down there and more interest in people remembering, oh yeah, Otimo is over there. Mama Maria's over there. Great places to eat, as well as the ice cream store, of course. Okay, so as far as special use permits, some people had previously concerned about special use permits. Well, there's a special use permit for a site near a wetland. Well, this is not unusual that the village approves special use permits for near a wetland, for example, Costco, and the nearby Pulte residential development that is probably beginning construction this spring. They also had a similar special use permit given to them. As far as a special use permit for facilities greater than 50,000 square feet, another request frequently granted for sites like Target, Jewel, Mariano's. All of those facilities are greater than 50,000 square feet, and we require a special use permit. Okay, going on to the second focus area, and that is about the environmental aspects of the development. So the wetland impact report and the landscape plan together provide significant level of detail, hundreds of pages of information, in fact, about the existing conditions in the proposed plans for improvements there. The report contains photos, drawings, lists of condition, groundwater hydrology, species of plants and animals. And in summary, the proposed site layout, it represents the most practical alternative for this development. And on top of that, I looked at the plans carefully, and in my opinion, the landscape plan will create one of the prettiest and most environmentally beneficial retail properties in all of Orland Park. Well, now why do I conclude that? Well, this project will clear away several types of aggressively invasive plant species, such as calorie pears, phragmites, and teasel, and a number of others. And in their place, petitioner plans to install more than 1,400 native and native cultivars. Trees, bushes, perennials, and among the trees to be planted are over 200 keystone varieties of canopy and shade trees that are known to support thousands of species of native wildlife. White oak, red oak, bur oak, American elm, bald cypress, and many others. You can go to the list and see them, and you will be impressed. Additionally, nearly 100 ornamental trees will be planted, including natives like redbud, serviceberry, and several others unique and very beneficial trees. They will also plant nearly 1,000 shrubs. They include varieties of dogwoods, viburnum, forsythia, chokeberry, and several others. In addition, important perennials like coneflower, yarrows, milkweeds, and 9 types of native grasses will be planted. These plantings will support pollinators, birds, mammals, reptiles, fungi, and lichens that are native to this area and create an environment where these elements can work cohesively together. In addition to these required plantings, more than 1,400 plantings, the petitioner will give the village $100,000 to the village for our tree planting and maintenance programs. Now, to envision the benefit of this and how far $100,000 can go for Orland Park, parkway trees cost us about $450 each. That $100,000 will buy 220 parkway trees, nice parkway trees, not little sticks, and we will all benefit from that. Thank you.
Trustee Katsinas or Trustee Healy, do you wish to be?
Yes, sir.
Trustee Katsinas.
Thank you. This project is one of the largest developments Orland Park has seen in years. I first saw the site plan on when the Planning Commission saw it less than a week ago. Okay? We have talked about it as a concept in April. It came to us, or came to me as I recall, that Amazon had an interest in the corner, which was very exciting. I can say in 6.5 years, I've never had as many residents and businesses reach out on any topic that I've had with Amazon. Some good, the majority negative, the concerns. I think some of the concerns are the newness of the concept, not really knowing what it is. When you mention other vendors, Pete's Market, you could see those. There's an example. This doesn't have an example, doesn't have a name. Understand that. That's the public concern. I think each one of us up here, we're the voice for the residents, and the residents are concerned about the quality on their life, the impact, how this is going to be on their life, particularly seniors. Driving around town, it is congested. It is. And right now, 159th and LaGrange is a F intersection. We are hoping with improvements and with the addition of Amazon to get it up to a D or E. Okay, it's already an F right now with an empty corner. How much will this road take off? I guess time will tell, but I want to thank Rashid and staff for all your hard work on that. A concerning thing to me was at the Planning Commission last Tuesday, less than a week ago. Commissioner Schuessler asked a very pointed question. How many trucks in a 24-hour period? What was the answer? Less than 10 by 2 representatives from Amazon. In our staff report to the cow that we received, it states the following. Information recently provided by the petitioner indicates 27 trucks are anticipated per day. Okay, 27. That's a lot of sweaters. That's a lot of red, blue, orange, green sweaters in the back of it. 27 for a grocery store. That's a lot of trucks. You sell a lot of food. I mean, I've been in the back of the cabin of one of those, and you can't believe the vastness of it. So 27 every day, okay, at off-peak hours, I should say. You know, in my opinion, the Planning Commission did not hear this. They were not made aware of this. The public was not made aware of it. It was silent in all the conversations we've had thus far at this meeting. So at this time, I would like to make a motion, and I would like to return this agenda item back to the Planning Commission, considering the facts, 27 trucks per day.
All right, there's a motion and a second, Mr. Attorney, and there's a motion and a second to effectively close debate and end debate, correct?
If there's a motion to call the question, you need a 2/3 vote. If that's the question. To end the debate, it has to be a 2/3 vote. And if it's a motion to table, that's a different motion.
So, in fairness and openness, why don't, I'll ask the motioner and the seconder, do you want to reconsider your motion and make this a motion to table?
Excuse me, sir, I really didn't hear our attorney. I could not hear what he had to say.
If it is a motion to end debate, if you're calling the question, that requires a 2/3 vote. Because that would end all the debate right now. If it is a motion to table, then that would be a majority vote. So I don't know if are you making a motion to end the debate right now and then send it back? That would require a 2/3 vote. If you're doing a motion to table, that would require a majority vote.
I would like to have debate end and then make a motion to go to the Plan Commission.
Fair enough. Trustee Healy?
I'm the only one that hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Could that motion be entertained after I speak?
I'm pretty sure that this is one of those motions that takes precedent.
Hold on, got my little sheet.
So we're gonna, given the scrutiny and given the attention to this and given the way information has flowed and sources of that information, some of which is correct, some of it which is perhaps deliberately intended to mislead, let's take a moment here while the attorney makes sure we are perfectly compliant with parliamentary procedure. Then I'm happy to call your motion to effectively table debate, even though neither trustee nor I have had a chance to make any comments. Mr. Parliamentarian.
It requires a 2/3 vote if that's the motion right now.
All right.
It's not debatable.
Then there's not debatable, so it takes priority. So there's a motion and a second to effectively end debate on this question and send it back to the Plan Commission. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
No.
Trustee Lawler.
No.
Trustee Leaflet.
No.
Trustee Malani.
No.
Mayor Dyer.
No.
Motion does not.
That motion did not pass. Trustee Katsinas, do you wish to be recognized again to finish your comments before I call on Trustee Healy?
Yes, sir. I did have just a couple of questions for Krashid. That light at 161 in LaGrange Road, has that been approved by IDOT?
In concept, yes, but we have to get a permit from them to get it done.
And how long do you anticipate that in terms of a time frame?
I would expect it would be probably a 6-month timeline when we can get the permit.
Okay, and this is for Steve. The build-out of the outlots, is there anything in the agreement that gives a specific date those outlots would have to be completed by? You know, we've had projects in the past where outlots have not been completed, and do we have enough teeth in the agreement to make sure that gets done?
There's nothing in any agreement that talks about the build-out, a timeline on the build-out, but there will be lots available in the future for additional development.
Okay, there's 5 of them ranging from 5,000 to 13,000 square feet.
And again, those are conceptual. We might have one larger building and one less building, or more small buildings. It just depends on what the market will bear. But
I do have a concern with the plaza to the south. Will they or will they not have access to the new extension on Ravinia?
they will have access, but it will be from the eastern driveway. Is that correct, Rashid? To the south.
Trustee, I'm not sure, are you talking about the residential development on the south? No.
The south commercial development, David's Brides, I think there's a daycare there.
So, okay, so there are two driveways to it. The eastern driveway, the driveway will stay open, the median will be closed. So anybody that is accessing that development will be able to just have to go another 100 feet or so further west, and then they'll be able to get into that development.
Okay, so they have access to the new extension then, to get in and out?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So just to be clear, it's the western driveway that will be open, not the east one.
And I guess I had a question for Amazon. Say we had a resident in Orland, because this was asked of me and didn't know the answer. Resident in Orland ordered something online. Would that product in any way filter through the new Amazon facility being built in Orland Park? You ordered something online, would that item at all be in the Orland warehouse? Would it come from there? Would it depend whether or not, you stored that on your shelf? Save the red sweater. Let's use the red sweater. They like the red sweater and it happens to be in the Orland Park store. Or maybe it's not in the Orland Park store. Does that merchandise come through the new building at 159th and LaGrange?
I'm still not fully understanding what you're saying, but the way the process works is that if you're ordering from the Orland Park store, it'll come from the Orland Park store. And the vicinity in which that the items come from the Orland Park store, it's not like regional distribution or anything like that. It's a small, 100,000 square feet in the back of house. It doesn't have a wide range in order to deliver to.
Okay, so somebody couldn't order something online and necessarily it be delivered by a third-party driver without their request by Amazon to their home.
Can you clarify that a little
Well,
more?
like when you order something from Amazon, it shows up at your door. They order something from Amazon, would it in any way touch that Orland Park facility?
This is a larger logistics question as far as depending on what you're ordering and where it's from, and a separate warehouse and what warehouses, certain larger size items and things of that nature. So
But I guess the question is then, would by ordering from Amazon, would any of their merchandise or orders ever end up in our new location in Orland? Like a fulfillment site, I guess what they're asking.
it's not operating as it's ordering from the facility.
So everything that's coming in, and the back of the house always supports the front of the house?
Correct, yeah, the back of the house supports the front.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, sir. Thank you.
Trustee Healy?
Thank you, Mayor. My first thing is I've got a couple disjointed comments I'd like to make too. My first one, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Tracy, Ed, and Steve for taking the time to talk to me about this project. It reinvigorated my view of workers in the village. Your guys' professionalism and everything is just outstanding, and your knowledge of the subject was wonderful, and so thank you for taking the time. It really shed a lot of light on it. I have some comments and questions. I wrote down, will real estate taxes go down because of this? No. If you've been watching the budgetary things here, it's more money to spend, okay? I wish I had a different answer, but your real estate taxes are not going down because of this project. Traffic problems, no matter what's there, is going to have increased traffic. If you put a 7-Eleven, if you put any business going in there, will have an effect on the traffic. So it is what it is, and that's what happens when you get on you locate on a busy, two busy intersections there. The zoning issue, I'm serious that I personally, I would think we're remiss in not getting that as a signed letter with an attorney's signature on it for the zoning that we are in compliance. And if we're not, for an attorney to raise the issues or whatever, have a complete, thorough discussion and sign their name to it so that we know who to sue when the time comes. By the way, Amazon, it's my understanding, I've just looked it up online, is their enterprise value is $2.556 trillion. One of our things is in business is you try not to sue people who have a lot more money than you. And they obviously have a lot of money. They can hire the best lawyers. They can hire the best judges in Cook County. And we're not going to win any lawsuit against them. So we look to the people that provided the information, the zoning lawyers, and also another one was that this is going to be, we're supposed to be getting into a tiff with this to pay for the road. I haven't heard any discussion on it, probably because we're moving too fast on this, as everybody basically said in their comments. We're just moving way too fast on this. I also think that the zoning, my reading of the zoning, I'm supposed to say that it's in compliance with the zoning. I need that lawyers, I'd like to bank on a lawyer saying that to me who understands those laws and not me. It seems like this unique new project may fall not within the standard descriptions of business. The marketplace facilitators and all these new terms, I don't think they were contemplated when the zoning rules were issued. It just might be time to make some changes in there down the road. I am concerned that this could be, I just wonder, maybe if we could find out how much of this warehouse has been dedicated for returns, for people bringing back their items. Is that going to be a major part of this operation? Because it's going to be increased traffic, no sales tax on a return. There's no help with that. So I'm concerned about that. And the sales tax questions and all that, I can write those out. We can get some other specific answers. Of course, they'll be in compliance with Illinois law. The other thing is that Amazon, some people are impressed by the name of Amazon. I don't know. It's one of the biggest companies in the world. They are an American company. However, they do a lot of business with the Chinese, who are sometimes not our friends. And, Amazon has enabled a lot of those manufacturing jobs to go back overseas. I think that Amazon does have some work to do to soften their image. Orland Park is proud, we pride ourselves on our home ownership. We pride ourselves on our police and the safety here. We pride ourselves on the veterans group, which are active in it. I think one thing that you missed in your thing was the American flag should have been out there somewhere. Not much, just a little thing, saying that we're an American company, we're proud of it, and you should be too. Perhaps, in the old days when a company would come to town, you could say, they could give $500 to the local baseball team. They could give $500 to help this out. Is Amazon going to give? I would assume they're going to give. They must give $1 billion away in charity. I don't know if we could get a slice of it to help our citizens here. $2.556 trillion, and you can give stock as you can just get the stock machine to roll off the press. I think that that's one thing that you could do to change your image with us. As far as I'm concerned, this thing is moving way too fast. The transparency just hasn't been there. And I'd like the legacy of this to be that it was fully transparent and we took our time and did a good job. I hope we can say that. I'm not necessarily against this. I like a lot of the aspects of it. I just want to see everything is in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Healy. George, one more time. Is there any other trustee comments before I make my final comments and call for a roll? Because there's a couple of questions that were posed that might be worthwhile posing to staff, the lawyers, and George, but I'm open for any other trustee comments. All right, George, if I'm not mistaken, we don't have, per one of the requests, a signed letter from a lawyer, so maybe we sue them someday, but I'm pretty sure both Kleinthorpe and Jenkins, who worked on this, as well as Ansel Glink, so we brought 2 lawyers to the party. Is that fair, George?
Yeah, we heard earlier, after that both have agreed that everything is in compliance with our village code. There was a memo that Attorney Skrotsky provided to us this afternoon that I shared with the board, demonstrating that the entire process was followed.
Okay, God, I just want to clarify that question right away, because there's a number of other things I'm going to address in my comments. Before I make any final comments, any other questions or from the Board of Trustees for staff or the attorneys? Anything unanswered in the minds of the trustees? Doesn't mean you're going to like the answer, but has the question been posed and has everything been asked and answered?
Mr. Mayor?
Trustee Healy?
I think, George, your comment here that you provided it this afternoon is evidence that things are rushed here at the end. I mean, we should have had that before. And I don't see what, how somebody just stands by their work, they put their name on it. That's how I'm used to dealing with work, so.
It's a memo from Attorney Skrotsky, and it was specifically based on your request, Trustee Healy.
Well, it came in this afternoon. I haven't had, been busy. Haven't had a chance to review it, so.
Any
Mr.
other
Chairman?
Trustee Katsinas?
Just wanted to say something about, the difference in the number of trucks. I think it speaks to a larger issue, being that this is a protege, this is a one-of-a-kind store, but that's a pretty critical piece of information for our residents to know. And to be off by that amount over a 5-day period, that's a lot. Because I'm sure, when it was said under 10, you thought it was under 10. But then to change that, and it'd be interesting to know what happened that made it change from under 10 to 27 a day.
I think that's a great question. So George, why don't you take that? Because I'm just a simple kid from the South Side and I went through Chicago public schools, but I'm pretty sure that's a truck an hour. Do you want to have staff? Do you want to have Amazon address it?
And Amazon, the traffic folks can address it, but something that was negotiated as part of the special use ordinance is the no truck traffic during peak hours. So the truck traffic is not going to impact the traffic studies that came out of this.
Does anyone from Amazon, do you want to address this? I want to make sure the question has been asked and answered.
Sure, happy to provide some additional context about that. You're correct that we misstated at the Plan Commission meeting. We were basing it on kind of general IT data. Over the last 2 weeks, it actually was 2 weeks ago that we were at the Plan Commission meeting, we circled up with our operations team and clarified or learned more that we are estimating closer to 27. Rory then took that into account in the traffic study because none of those trucks are going to be during the peak hour, and we have agreed to restrict them. It does not change the conclusions of the traffic study. And then again, to your point, because this is new and we, learned that over the last 2 weeks, we also agreed to that look-back traffic study that we'll do 12 months after we open. So if it's, if we were off, we'll know that and we'll work with staff at that time. It's a very unique condition. I think I've only seen it on maybe less than 5 developments I've worked on over the last 15 years. I think it shows very much that we're willing to partner with the village and make sure this is a successful project and that we're accommodating any impacts that maybe we don't know about as we sit here today.
Thank you.
Trustee Katsinas, do you have any follow-ups? Any other trustees wish to be recognized? Trustee Lawler? Looks like there's a question forming there, John.
No, I was just going to, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask, I know we keep talking about trucks, but do we have any idea how many trucks are coming into Target on a daily basis or how many are coming into Lowe's or Costco? I know Costco reloads their gas stations, I think, a couple times a day, so, it is a lot of trucks, but I don't see why we would be so concerned. Obviously, you're going to have some days, obviously, they'll have more trucks. You'll probably have other days, you'll have a lot less trucks. I think it all depends on the situations that will arise in the future.
Yeah, I think you're right. We don't have context.
All right. If there's no other questions from the trustees, I'd like to go through a couple of comments about what I've heard this evening what I've seen online and what I've heard from various sources and just try to address the issues as I see them. So I think there's 4 groupings of issues, and it'll go along with fast tracking, slow it down, pause, those types of considerations. And I'm pretty sure, George, but you need to verify that on the record. Is this moving any faster, any slower, any differently than other large-scale projects in Orland?
No, as a matter of fact, the Trustee Malani mentioned if it was unanimous, this wouldn't even be at the COW today. It would have been at the board today. And that process was put in place in 2020 to ensure that we were a business-friendly community. That entire process was put in there because the feedback that we had received prior to that was it was difficult to do business with the village because roadblocks kept getting put in place. So this is absolutely according to our village code. As a matter of fact, this is a good example of how the village is a business-friendly community.
All right, I appreciate that. Related to this is a broad grouping of secrecy, lack of transparency. Not everyone's on Facebook. Public notice of the hearing. Asked for interiors, which I don't think I've ever, in my 32 years on this board, heard us ask of any other business. Show us your interior before we approve you. And ask for projections of financials, which strikes me as proprietary information to the private sector. So George, basically, in your opinion and in the opinion of the attorneys, have we or have we not followed the normal process, as you said, that's been established for the last 5 years for doing this?
Yeah, we received, well, two attorney opinions now. We received the opinion from the attorney from Ansel Klink and from Ann early today. So both have reiterated that this is in full compliance with our village code.
All right, George, if you don't mind, with forbearance, Ms. Skrotsky, is that a fair representation of Klein, Thorpe, and Jenkins' opinion? Mr. Stillman, is that what Ansel Klink, concurs with?
Yes.
All right. The other grouping of questions was around congestion's going to get bad, traffic issues, failed intersections, et cetera. Orland Park is blessed, if you'd like to call it that we have 159th, otherwise known as US Route 6, and LaGrange Road, otherwise known as US Route 45. So we have 2, as I like to call them, federally badged routes. So the village went through a lot of work to secure well over $100 million worth of funds, starting at the federal government, and then it came through the state to get those projects improved. And the 75,000 cars a day, Khurshid, is that correct number? 75,000 a day that go through that intersection?
About 70,000.
70,000. That's a blessing for Orland Park. As Trustee Malani alluded to earlier, sometime back in the 70s, Orland Park, a board then picked this retail future for us, and now we're just completing that. So the traffic is being addressed, and I also kind of want to say that Amazon is an innovator. They're a big, aggressive, successful firm. You know who else is big and aggressive and successful at what they do? It happens to be in their retail business, who's across the town in Seattle from Amazon, is Costco. And I fully expect that all of these businesses will find ways to innovate and serve, because it kind of matters. And so, again, pivoting off from some of the things that Trustee Malani said, but I think we all know it. So one, the template was set for Orland's future back in the 70s when land was annexed and a pig farm was converted to housing in a mall. And here we are. So now that we are here in Southwest Cook County, where we have a pretty unique taxing structure on business, unique out of all 102 counties in Illinois. I don't think nobody else taxes business like they do in Cook County. So we have a challenge. And our decisions here are, how do we continue to keep Orland Park's commercial corridor healthy? It shouldn't shock anybody that 35 acres of vacant property on, I'll quote Amazon, Main Street and Main Street in a place like Orland Park is of high interest to a retailer. And this is a private sector transaction. This is not village expenditures. This is not a performing arts center. This is not an outdoor concert venue. This is not a police range. This is a private sector owner who held the land, ran a business, decided he wanted to be in the business, sold it to a developer who brought forth proposals to the village, which probably would have netted just as many square feet of retail on that property if it wasn't for Amazon. They all sold, and now comes before us a petitioner saying, hey, we have an idea. It meets your code, it meets your zoning, it meets our requirements, meets your requirements. We'd like to build in Orland Park, and I'm reasonably certain, just on simple math, this is tens of millions of dollars just for the building, let alone all the jobs that we talked about early. And so I've been involved in retail and analytics for a long time in my career at Nielsen, and I can assure you, retail is highly dynamic. It always will be. We were talking the other day as staff, and I'm gonna go down memory lane here for everybody if I've got the right spreadsheet up. Tell me if these names sound familiar. Carson Peary Scott, Galleons, Herman's World of Sporting Goods, Montgomery Ward's, Sears, Service Merchandise, Sports Authority, Steinmart, Venture, Weebolt's, Value City, I think at some point, Art Van, Bed Bath & Beyond, Carson Furniture, Comp USA, I think I mentioned Marshall Fields, et cetera. The list goes on. Retail has been highly dynamic forever, and right now, despite the dynamism in the retail industry, we're sitting with 90% plus occupancy, and more people are knocking on staff's door because they want to come to Orland Park. So I personally am thrilled that an innovator like Amazon wants to come to Orland Park and bring that. And I just want to contextualize this. Sometime back, I was at a presentation with the guy who saved Ford, named Alan Mullally. He was at Boeing. They attracted him to Ford, and he helped turn around that company. He had a great business presentation. And he said, ultimately, it's the customer who decides who stays in business. Now, I'm reasonably certain that Amazon and Costco and Walmart and Target and all the other firms that are in this town have figured out how to serve their customers. I'm assuming the Amazon shopping experience will not be identical to Pete's or Costco or Whole Foods, which is precisely what we as a community want to offer to the surrounding area so people come and shop Orland Park. So if you contextualize what we're trying to do as a village here in Southwest Cook County, we have to capitalize on our strengths. And I want to go down this road a little bit. There's two Orland Parks. There's Orland Park, the commercial corridor, and then there's Orland Park where the 60,000 of us live that have a great police department that we're going to expand, who have one of the lowest individual tax burdens to a municipality. Orland Park only taxes 6%. George, what is our headline number from our budget, general fund?
80 million for general fund?
$80 million. We collect less than $14 million on property taxes. So 80 is bigger than 14. That money comes from all the other taxes, not the least of which is retail. Not the least of which is what's retail. So we need to be mindful of how we, as stewards of this type of decision, then put those assets back into the communities. One of the trustees mentioned earlier, are your property taxes going down because we approved this facility? No, not directly, but maybe if Amazon is successful as I think they might be, and I think they aspire to be, maybe we could take a look at the entire tax burden, not just the property taxes. So I'm happy to have that conversation in a future point. So that's kind of where it is. And I also want to point out something that's really fundamental about retail. Retail's always changing. You talk to enough shoppers and they'll tell you how frustrating the shopping experience is when you can't get around the people doing the picking in the stores for the delivery services. That's fundamentally changed the feel and the aesthetic of retail shopping. I think Amazon's going to have a value proposition not doing that. We'll see how well they deliver. That's on them. It's a business risk, and I think they're going to be successful. But I also want to bring up a fairly well-known retailer from Northwest Arkansas, Walmart. If I'm not mistaken, they've been doing click and pick for a long time. I'll use the old phrase. You order online, you drive to the store, you pop open your trunk, they load your trunk for you. Or you get it from DoorDash or Instagram or any one of other innovators in that space. I just saw the other day Walmart's about to start doing drone deliveries. Drones. So, okay, well, I'm going to pose the questions to the lawyers. Is it the FAA, or do we get to regulate that they can only fly over streets until they enter private property so they don't fall out of the sky and drop something on your head? I don't mean to be too facetious with my question, but it's a non-trivial issue. So the competitor to Orland Park, the competitors to the retailers in Orland Park are constantly innovating. What are we doing to let innovators in to kind of help expand the Orland Park franchise? So that's kind of how I see this. And the one thing I do want to touch on is, what if it fails? Well, I was there when the dead mall was around and Orland Park stepped up and we fixed it. And so whether, when it happens, if it happens, I don't think Amazon's going to drop that kind of money into Orland Park and let this thing fail. And I've seen plenty of repurposing and remodeling in Orland Park, and quite frankly, it's going to be part of our future. There is no way, as we collectively go forward as a community or a society, you're not going to continue to see innovation in every aspect of our life. And a lot of that comes back to shopping and purchasing. So I'm personally happy about this. I'm mindful of all the implications. I'm mindful of the work we have to do to address some of the traffic. I'm mindful of the way we handled it because I'm pretty comfortable we've done everything we can. And as a final note, before I call the roll, and Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to repeat the motion so everyone knows exactly what we're voting on. As this has come forward, Amazon has been a good negotiating partner. And I will tell you, because I was on the board at the time, as was Costco. So these major corporations that want to offer their value proposition, they want to be successful, they're just asking a municipality to do its job in a reasonable amount of time. And as you've heard from both lawyers, we've done our job on transparency, on notice, on communication. And so I think that this is a relatively straightforward decision, at least for this person. Madam Chair, will you read the motion before I call the roll?
Regarding case number 2025-0560, also known as the Amazon Retail Plan Development, I move to recommend the Board of Trustees approve the Plan Commission recommended action as presented for this case.
There's a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
No.
Trustee Katsinas?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
Motion passes.
So that means that motion carried. Amazon will move on to the next step, which is formal approval, which, George, I think we have on the agenda for later. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. We've been at this for a while, and I'd like to get to the veterans before we get the evening is out. Does anybody object to a quick 5-minute recess? I'll entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Do we need a roll? Voice vote. Just ask all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Back to order. You call the roll?
Trustee Warren?
Here.
Trustee Lawler?
Here.
Trustee Leaflet?
Here.
Trustee Healy?
Here.
Trustee Katsinas?
Here.
Trustee Malani?
Here.
Mayor Dyer?
Here.
And the time is now 8:27. We will now proceed to the 2025 Orland Park Veterans Golf Classic check presentation.
This is usually a pretty good night. So, Dan and Mr. I'll call you Rambo. Sorry, Ron. And so the village has sponsored the golf outing for a lot of years in the fall, and and Mayor Pekow had dedicated it to the veterans, which I'm more than happy to continue. And so Dan Marston is a member, staff member, cares a lot about veterans issues, part of the Veterans Commission. And should I just call you Rambo? I'm so used to calling you Rambo. I know, but there's a history here with how we got that nickname. Proud Vietnam veteran, member of our VFW. So Dan, over to you.
Thank you. So before I present this check, I want to let people know, in Orland Park, we have a fundraiser every year that the Orland Park Veterans Commission does with the village side. We have a golf outing at Silver Lake Country Club later on in September 22nd. We're always looking for donations.
No hints.
But we're always looking for sponsorships to raise money, and with this money, we donate every single dollar we make to veterans causes. And one of these causes is the VFW. I'd like to present a check to the VFW for the amount of $4,600.
Helping us sponsor the golf outing. When I look at the $4,600, a lot of times I don't really realize where 100% of this money goes to. We go and we.
Do you want to grab the microphone real quick? Yeah, just go up there, because I want everybody to hear, because I know how much the Legion and the VFW donate and what kind of causes. I think that's important to put on the record.
Because what you're looking at is this check here is going to, we help sponsor blind veterans. We do, but they come down and they fish at the local lakes. We also have breakfasts for the blind veterans. We help the vets at Mantino. We sponsor a pancake breakfast for the veterans. We help the local veterans in the area. You wouldn't believe the different calls I get every month in regard to veterans that are looking for help. Wives will call us up where their spouses basically have never really left the war and they have a tough time doing it. So that's where this goes to, and that's why we really appreciate this. Because if you could see some of the things I see, where there's veterans who are at Mantino, or not at Mantino, but at Hines Hospital, that have lived there for 30 years, and veterans that have lost both, one that stuck in my mind, lost both his legs, both his arms, and he was blind, and they actually had to feed him. And I thought, my worst day couldn't compare to what he was going through. So just to let you know, thank you very much, because this is where this 100% of this goes to. Appreciate it.
We'll keep doing it. Thanks, Dan. Next item.
2026 legislative priorities.
George, how do you want to talk about this item?
As the board knows, we've engaged 2 sets of lobbyists, and ever since May, we have been very, very successful in getting state support. Rashid mentioned the 2 sections of 143rd Street. We have funding now complete funding for 2 out of the 3 sections. So really, as we mentioned, when we hired a lobbyist, and lobbyists have, they've already recovered a lot of the money that we were going to be paying for them through the $40 million that we've received in grants. We have a list of priorities, a draft list of priorities for the board to review. You know, I know it's a long night tonight, but what we plan on doing is formally approving this at the next board meeting. So between now and the February 2nd Board of Trustees meeting, if you could just look at that list and then get me any comments, we'll incorporate those. And then when we put it on for approval on February 2nd.
Is there any comments or questions, or is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani?
I move to recommend to the village board approving the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second?
Is there a motion and a second? Any comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Trustee Malani?
I guess, I mean, you say you would like some comments. Would you like them now, or do you, I mean, that's what we're here for. I mean,
Yeah, we can do it now, or for the sake of time, if you send them to me, I'll incorporate all the comments into one, send it back out to the board, and then we can just go that process.
Sure. I'll send it to you, but I'll kind of cover what I thought as well, because, you know, I think I agree with most of the priorities that we have there, right? I think most of them make sense. I'd say the one that stuck out to me was supporting the tier 2 pension systems. That's not probably the highest thing on my list. You know, I mean, for example, I'm going to use a teacher as an example because it's what I'm familiar with. I've got one, almost two at home now. So, you know, under tier 2, a 25-year-old teacher is going to have to teach for 42 years to receive their full benefits, right? You know, and, you know, I know life expectancy, it's increasing and people are going to work longer. That's a natural thing. But, you know, honestly, when you look at a teacher, how much enthusiasm would that teacher have in order to deal with their day-to-day activities, continuing to adapt to all the new things that they're going to have to do, you know, through the educational process with children, and actually enjoy their work? I mean, what would the quality of their work product actually be, right? You know, so it's like, I look at it, if I had to do the same thing every day for 42 years, I'd probably lose my mind, you know, and it's just not the way I'm built. But I don't think I'd be very enthusiastic about it.
No, that's...
You know, and, you know, I think that, you know, looking at, you know, tier 2, I think, you know, they should probably also address some of the lower salary caps for certain groups too. I think that's something I think should change. Instead of actually supporting tier 2 or going, hey, we got to go all the way back to tier 1, I think really what needs to happen is more of a hybrid approach, right? You know, how do we bring tier 1 and 2 together and kind of align them and get the best of both? And then, you know, also look at Social Security benefits, which teachers in Illinois can't even get because, you know, unless they have a second job so they can accumulate enough credits, right? So it's like, how do we bring the best of all of those together? And I think that would be a more logical step than just supporting one or the other.
So we can make it responsible pension reform, support responsible pension reform.
Well, Illinois in general needs that, so.
Yeah.
Okay, that was just more of my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Go ahead, Trustee Healy.
Of course, I've got comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to correct the record. When this board hired the lobbyist, you said, I said that Matt O'Shea, you know, was member of the Madigan Favored Lobbyist Club. And I was told, then the last word from the mayor was that it was the alderman from the 19th Ward, which was the name. I was right, okay? I'd like to correct that record, that for once I was right on that stuff. So the next one is, when we go through these agendas, we want to be an advocate for our police department. And probably the worst law that came through was, well, there were two bad laws, the Trust Act and Way Forward Act, as well as the Safety Act. Which increases liabilities for our police officers beyond a reasonable point. I don't see we give our police officers the best training facility. We give them the best vehicles. We give them the best weapons. We bend over for every police union, whatever they want, they get. And I think, why would we stop and let them be liable out on the street when it doesn't make any sense for some of this stuff? And the other thing is that the Trust and Way Forward Act severely restricts local police and government's cooperation with ICE And I think we should be an advocate for cooperating with the federal government at all levels with their police thing. So if everybody'd like to, and the board can make their own, let us know how you feel about it. I'm saying we should be cooperating with ICE. Thanks.
I have a question for the board. Since there's a couple of ideas floating around, do we want to hold this in committee and everybody can submit the ideas to George and let's have a debate? Because some of the things that have been brought up make a lot of sense, but there's financial implications. Some of them would violate existing Illinois law. So why don't we, does anybody trust, who motioned and seconded?
Malani, motion, Leaflet, second.
Do you, Trustee Malani, do you mind if we just table this and that way everybody can flow their comments back to George? And I will bring it back to committee where we've got more time to kind of debate some of the things that were brought up. So I'll entertain a motion to table.
Second.
So moved. Oh,
Sorry, Mike.
Mr. Chair.
Trustee Malani.
Before I make the motion I was about to make, couldn't we just postpone this to the later date, and the later date being the next committee of the whole?
Whatever's easiest.
I think that's easier because we just postpone the conversation instead of tabling it and bringing it off.
Yeah. Motion.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani.
I move to postpone this item until a later date being the next committee of the whole.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Warren?
Aye.
Trustee Waller?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
aye.
Mayor Deck?
Aye. Next item.
RFP 25-040, Landscape Maintenance Services.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawler.
I move recommend to the village board to approve and authorize the execution of a contractor agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Christie Weber and Company of Chicago, Illinois, as the selected responsive proposal for RFP 25, or it should be 26-040, landscape maintenance services for 3 years, 2026 through 2028, and an annual amount of $374,024 for a total cost of $1,122,072 with an option to extend for 2 additional years, 2029 to 2030, at an annual amount of $374,024 for a total amount of $748,048 for a total not to exceed contract price of $1,870,120.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani.
Just one quick question. The legislative text mentioned that we were skipping particular medians and curb lines, and we're adding that in, and that's why this is 8 to 10% more than previous years. What was being omitted and why?
Joel, can you speak on that?
There were just some sections where some landscaping was not being done. We wanted to incorporate that in. I don't have the exact locations, but I can get that to you with a.
I was just curious. I didn't know if we had made a decision that, hey, we're not going to do this for a particular reason, or it was just items that were skipped or missed, and it just wasn't.
It just
part of our
missed,
plans.
yeah, and we just incorporated it.
Because the spreadsheet was pretty exhaustive. We couldn't really tell.
Correct. I can get that information to the board.
I just wanted to, see, because 8 to 10% is pretty substantial. I mean, that's like, we were missing a lot.
Correct.
So I was just curious as to why. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Trustee Healy.
I'd like to find out why, we've got the city escape is $1,500,000 and Christie Weber was how much again? Christie Weber was $1,800,000. So it's about a $300,000 difference. And I'm just saying would you know if the cityscape is a union or a non-union place? Because Christie Weber is a union place. And, do you need a union grass cut, or to do this stuff? I've talked to some non-union shops and I've been told that there's a lot of pressure from Orland to go, get their union, that they want to hire union people rather than non-union. So I'm just wondering if that was part of the reason that they're lower. And the other thing that you noted, that was noted in the write-up, was that the location of the client was an issue, but that client's cityscape is closer than Christie Weber's home office. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. And they also do Tinley Park, so they're obviously getting equipment out there to handle it. So I don't think this location reason is right. And I just wonder if it's just a question of union versus non-union, and we're taking a higher price of $300,000.
The union was not as part of the decision. It was more of what we wrote up in the write-up, which was, we looked at the services, noting that we increased the amount of work, that about the 8 to 10%, and their proposal was kind of like what we previously had done, so maybe they were missing things in their proposal, and then if you miss things, then you cut corners, to try to do the work. Also, we mentioned the number of maintenance staff, where they have only about 90, and they have a lot of other customers, so will they take care of Orland? Like Chris Weber has over 400 across all their contracts and so forth. So, again, people could cut corners and not do the level of service, and then we get complaints, right, of our parks not being done, our medians not being done, and so forth like that.
But we're tying in for 5 years at a higher price, and we don't know if there's going to be those conflicts. We're just kind of,
We also saw that their pricing was sloped up, and Chris Weber's is static for 5 years. That's good for us, so we could plan that out, and so that they're increasing every year, and so we would prefer a little more static pricing so that we know that every year for the next 5 years it's.
Yeah, I prefer a lower price.
Joel, can you also talk about City Escape's experience maintaining playground areas?
Correct. I didn't get to that portion yet, but yes, one of the things that they don't have that experience in the playground areas. And so we identified those parks and playgrounds as a key element that we have to maintain with landscaping. And Krista Weber has been doing very well. We have very limited complaints. We actually got some praises for their staff being polite and courteous when they're out there when a resident is using the playgrounds. So that's a positive thing to make sure our community is taken care of.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any other questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawler. Aye. Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Leiblatt.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
No.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Motion passes. Ravinia Avenue Corrugated Metal Pipe CMP Replacement Project, ITB 25-071.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawrence.
I move to recommend to the village board to award for ITB number 25-071, Ravinia Avenue Corrugated Metal Pipe Replacement Project to the lowest cost qualified and responsive bidder, Bisping Construction of New Lenox, Illinois, and authorize the approval and execution of a contract for the removal and replacement of corrugated metal pipe under Ravinia Avenue with 4 concrete pipes in the amount of $491,868 plus a $49,200 contingency for a total of not to exceed price of $541,068.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani.
Quick one. Just normally we use Aries a lot for things because we know they would do really good work. And this is the first time I think I've seen Bisping come through. Is this just literally, this is the same work? They both do it the same way. It just happens to be cheaper from Bisping?
It is.
Okay.
Yep. And our staff has used Bisping in a couple other locations, just not as much as Aries, but they're a good company.
Okay, thanks.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Leiblatt.
Aye.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
2026 Storm Basin Stewardships Award.
Mr. Mayor?
Trustee Leafblad.
All right, buckle up, everybody. I move to recommend to the village board to approve the waiver of the competitive bid process in favor of solicitation of competitive proposals for storm basin stewardships and approve and authorize the execution of a professional service agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Pizzo and Associates Limited of Leland, Illinois, for the stewardship of 5 stormwater basins at cost of $25,900 in fiscal year '26, $25,900 in fiscal year '27, $25,900 in fiscal year '28, and $25,900 in fiscal year '29, as well as $35,161.50 for the purpose of seeding and controlled burns performed at these basins between fiscal year '26 and fiscal year '29, for a total not to exceed amount of $138,761.50 in fiscal year '26 through fiscal year '29. And approve and authorize the execution of a professional service agreement between the Village of Orland Park and V3 Companies of Woodridge, Illinois, for the stewardship of 12 additional stormwater basins at a cost of $44,100 in fiscal year '26, $45,600 in fiscal year '27, $47,100 in fiscal year '28, and $48,600 in fiscal year '29, as well as $41,100 for the purpose of seeding and controlled burns performed at these basins between fiscal year '26 and fiscal year '29, for a total not to exceed amount of $226,500 in fiscal year '26 through fiscal year '29. And approve and authorize the execution of a professional service agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. of Moni, Illinois, for the stewardship of 10 additional stormwater basins at a cost of $31,600 in fiscal year '26, $28,700 in fiscal year '27, $29,800 in fiscal year '28, and $30,800 in fiscal year '29, as well as $33,800 for the purpose of seeding and controlled burns performed at these basins between fiscal year '26 and fiscal year '29, for a total not to exceed amount of $154,700 in fiscal year '26 through fiscal year '29, and approve and authorize the execution of a professional service agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Davie Resource Group of Elmhurst, Illinois, for the stewardship of 18 additional stormwater basins at a cost of $40,852 in fiscal year '26, $39,088 in fiscal year '27, $40,288 in fiscal year '28, and $41,536 in fiscal year '29, as well as $34,305 for the purpose of seeding and controlled burns performed at these basins between fiscal year '26 and fiscal year '29, for a total not to exceed amount of $196,069 in fiscal year '26 through fiscal year '29, and approve and authorize the execution of a professional service agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Baxter and Woodman Natural Resources, Inc. of Marengo, Illinois, for the stewardship of 6 stormwater basins at a cost of $21,540 in fiscal year '26, $21,540 in fiscal year '27, $21,540 in fiscal year '28, and $24,720 in fiscal year '29, as well as $21,500 for the purpose of seeding and controlled burns performed at these basins between fiscal year '26 and fiscal year '29, for a total not to exceed amount of $110,840 in fiscal year '26 through fiscal year '29.
Can you repeat that?
Second. There's a
No.
motion and a second. I guess my comment would be, I'm pretty sure the Gettysburg Address was shorter. So, George, you're going to have to fix this. We don't have to go through this amount of detail ever again. All right, there's a motion, a second. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Trustee Healy?
George, I'd just like to know, is Deer Haven included in this?
Joel?
Deer Point. There's 116 ponds, so bear
Oh,
with
no,
me.
you can get back to me. You can get, I withdraw the question. Can I do that, or?
Yeah.
Okay, I withdraw the question.
All right, any other comments or questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Leaflet. Aye. Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Police Vehicle Upfitting Services, RFP number 25-060.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani.
I move to recommend to the village board to waive the competitive bid process in favor of solicitation of competitive proposals and authorize the execution of an agreement with Public Safety Direct Incorporated of Crestwood, Illinois for vehicle emergency lighting, equipment upfitting, and graphic installation for 3 years, 2026 through 2028, for a not-to-exceed amount of $110,000 for fiscal year 2026, $113,300 for 27, and $116,699 for 28, for a total not to exceed contract price of $339,999 with the option to extend for 2 additional years, 2029 through 2030, at the board-approved budgeted amounts.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Questions? Call the roll.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet. Aye. Trustee Lawrence. Aye. Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Any non-scheduled citizens and visitors for public comment on items relevant to village business?
All right, seeing none, motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani,
move to adjourn?
Second.
roll call.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Time is now 8:53.
All right, we're ready to call the Board of Trustees meeting together. We'll make an agenda adjustment as a courtesy. You ready?
Yes. Call the meeting to order.
We'll call the Board of Trustees to order. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye. Here.
Trustee Lawler.
Here.
Trustee Leaflet.
Here.
Trustee Healy.
Here.
Trustee Katsinas.
Here.
Trustee Malani.
Here.
Mayor Dodge.
Here.
Time is 8:54. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm pretty sure that the only folks in attendance are here for Amazon, so if no one objects, I wouldn't mind if we could take out of order and consider the two Amazon-related items next. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to move Amazon.
There's motion and second. Need a roll call?
Okay. I'm
Voice
sorry.
vote.
To move.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. I'm sorry. It's under,
Developments.
Amazon Retail Plan Development.
okay. Page 4? I have it on page.
560 and
Oh.
36.
I'm sorry, mine is different. Okay. Amazon Retail Plan Development, 9600 159th Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawler.
I move to approve the Committee of the Whole recommended action regarding case number 2025-0560, also known as the Amazon Retail Plan Development.
Second.
And
There's an and.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, an ordinance granting a special use for a plan development with modification, a special use for commercial retail establishment with floor area greater than 50,000 square feet, and a special use for development within 50 feet of a non-tidal wetland, Amazon Retail Plan Development, 9600 159th Street, subject to village attorney review.
Second.
So motion and a second. Is there any comments or questions? Call the
Mr.
roll.
Mayor?
Call the roll.
Oh.
Do you have any comments? Trustee
No,
Lawler?
I was just going to say again, just welcome to Orland Park. I'm excited for this project, and I know Walsh Construction is going to be doing the building for you guys, and you know a lot of people that work for Walsh are from Orland Park, so you know I just wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you, and I look forward to working with you guys.
Any other comments? If not, call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
No.
Trustee Katsinas.
No.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Motion passes. Amazon retail plat of consolidation and dedication for 9600 159th Street.
Mr. Chairman?
Trustee Malani?
Move to approve a plat of consolidation and dedication for case number 2026-0036 titled Amazon Retail Plan Development dated January 14th, 2026, subject to the following conditions. A final copy of the plat will be printed on Mylar and submitted to the village with non-village signatures for recording with Cook County Recorder of Deeds. Number 2, a separate plat of dedication to dedicate the appropriate right-of-way to the Illinois Department of Transportation, IDOT, at the corner of 159th Street and LaGrange Road will be prepared and submitted to the village for review prior to building permit issuance, and I authorize staff to execute and record the plat.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. Any comments or questions? Good? No, just welcome, good luck. I think the entire town is rooting for you, would like you to be successful. You know, I'm sure your competitors are going to step up and give you guys a run for your money, but that'll keep Orland Park's retail healthy and dynamic. So appreciate you investing in Orland Park. So all the best, and, you know, wish you success. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
No.
Trustee Katsinas.
No.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Have a good evening. All right, regular order, please, of the agenda.
Approval of the December 15th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to approve the minutes of the Board of Trustee meeting of December 15th, 2025.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any comments or questions about the minutes? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Healy. Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Approval of the December 12th, 2025 special meeting minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Leaflet.
I move to approve the minutes of the Board of Trustees special meeting of December 12th, 2025.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any comments or questions about the minutes? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
I abstain because I wasn't there.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Oops, excuse me, clerk, if
Oh,
I...
I'm sorry.
No, if I just may make a correction, I was not at that meeting either.
Okay, so you abstain?
Yeah, I will abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. We good?
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
30. Okay. Next is advisory board appointments.
Mayor,
Trustee Lawler.
I move to consent the appointments by President Dodge as fully referenced below. Heritage Sites Advisory Board, Beverly Adaminsky, Jim Dewey, and Joseph Purpura, Jr.
And America 250.
American 250 Committee, Brian Callahan.
Second.
Is there a motion, a second? Any questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Okay. Non-scheduled citizens and visitors for agenda-specific public comment.
No one's registered? All right.
Okay. Accounts payable, December 16th, 2025 through January 19th, 2026 approval.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Leaflet. Sorry.
I move to approve accounts payable December 16th, 2025 through January 19th, 2026 in the amount of $133,400.81.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any comments or questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Leaflet.
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence.
Aye.
Trustee Lawler.
Aye.
Trustee Healy.
aye.
Trustee Katsinas.
Aye.
Trustee Malani.
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Accounts payable, December 16th, 2025 through January 19th, 2026, approval for ratification.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawrence?
I move to approve the accounts payable December 16, 2025 through January 19, 2026 in the amount of $9,816,022.84.
Second.
Motion and second. Comments or questions?
Okay. Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
We move to the consent agenda.
Which is also longer than the Gettysburg Address, I think.
A, payroll for December 19th, 2025 approval. B, payroll for January 2nd, 2026 approval. C, Aldi Valvoline subdivision, 1200 to 11320 179th Street. D, Public Works, Recreation and Parks, and Police Department vendors over 25,000, material orders only. E, 2026 Building Automation System Services. F, FLC Restroom Renovation Project. G, Police Department Radio Charging Station Project. H, 2025 Facilities Preventative Maintenance Change Order number 4, excuse me. I, Sportsplex Electrical Improvement Project. J, RFP 25-040 Landscape Maintenance Services. K, Ravinia Avenue Corrugated Metal Pipe CMP Replacement Project, ITB 25-071. L, Eddy Fire Hydrant Replacement Project, RFP 25-070. M, 2026 Maintenance of Streets and Highways by Municipality under the Illinois Highway Code Resolution. N, Rock Salt Purchase. O, Special Event Permit for Stirk Family Law Group Networking Event, approximately 250 people. P, Special Event Permit for Orland Park Area Chamber of Commerce Networking Event, approximately 100 people. Q, Disposal of Police Department Personal Property Recommended Ordinance. R, 2026 Storm Basin Stewardships Award. S, DeWalt Hamilton Associates GIS Services Change Order number 1. T, Care Solace Service Agreement. U, Police Vehicle Uplifting Services, RFP number 25-060. V, Toy Box Connection Special Event Permit. W, March of Dimes Special Event Permit. X, Gigi's Playhouse Special Event Permit. Y, American Cancer Society Special Event Permit. Z, amend Title VII, Chapter 18, decrease number of video gaming licenses ordinance. And double A, amend Title VII, Chapter 4, decrease number of Class C liquor licenses.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve items A through double A of the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any items trustees wish to be pulled? Before we call the roll, I would like to take a moment to thank former trustee Ed Schuschler, who's one of our plan commissioners. Ed and I first got elected in 1989, and we used to call the roll on every single item before he said maybe we could do this as a consent agenda. And back then, all the approvals for subdivisions were compound, so you'd have a separate roll for the landscape plan, for the engineering plan. So on nights like this, just a tip of the hat to Ed Schuschler. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Healy? Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye, there we go.
Mayor Dodge.
Are you sure, Mike? Aye.
The next event is a public hearing
All right.
on Special Service Area Number 13.
We need to, so we're entering into a public hearing for Special Service Area Number 13, Estates of Ravinia Meadows. I need a trustee to make a move we open the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Leafblad?
I move to open the public hearing for the proposed Special Service Area Number 13, Estates at Ravinia Meadow.
Is there a motion, a second?
Second.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll.
Trustee Leafblat? Aye. Okay. Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge?
Will you announce the time?
Okay,
Trustee?
the time was 9:07.
Okay. George, is there a staff report or questions?
Yeah, this is just the standard procedure before we enact a special service area. We always do these after the project is approved. So now we're doing this for the Estates of Ravinia Meadows. It's just to solicit any input from the public.
So is it appropriate, Attorney Stillman, if I ask by name if either Tracy Sullivan or Dave DeYoung have comments on this issue, or should I keep it broad?
You can do that. Do either one.
Do either one of our guests have a comment, or is anybody I don't see who might be outside wish to have a comment about this matter? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to adjourn the public hearing in the Special Service Area Number 13 for the Estates at Ravinia Meadows.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler? Aye. Trustee Leafblat?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge?
Aye.
Just let the record reflect it ended at 9:08.
I'm really upset that people didn't want to hear about our recommendations of a consulting firm, for sub-area planning. I'm not sure why everybody left.
Well, I mean, Mr. DeYoung and Ms. Sullivan certainly would like to hear it. Next item, please.
Okay. RFP 20-055, recommendation of consultant firm for preparing sub-area plans.
Mr. Mayor?
Trustee Lawler.
I move to approve the authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Houseel Levine as the most qualified responsive proposal for RFP 25-055, sub-area plans for comprehensive plan update for a cost of $364,815 plus contingency of $25,000 for a total not to exceed contract amount of $389,815, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review, and authorize the village manager to execute all related change orders within the approved amount subject to a village attorney review.
Motion and a second. Comments or questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leafblat?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge?
Aye.
Ordinance establishing Village of Orland Park Special Service Area Number 13, Estates at Ravinia Meadows.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Katsinas.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled an ordinance establishing Village of Orland Park Special Service Area Number 13.
Second.
Motion and a second. Comments or questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence? Trustee Lawler? Aye. Trustee Leafblat?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge?
Aye.
An ordinance annexing territory pursuant to 65 ILCS 5/7-1-13 Norfolk and Southern Railway Company. And there are 3 pins that are listed on the agenda, which
Do we need to read those?
I would.
I will, okay. 27-16-500-001-0000. 27-17-500-001-0000, and 27-20-500-003-0000.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawrence.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance Annexing Territory Pursuant to 65 LCS 5/7-1-13, Norfolk Southern Railroad Company, pins 27-16-500-001-0000, 27-17-500-001-0000, and 27-20-500-003-0000.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. I just want to verify that you said 0000.
I believe I did.
There's a motion and a second. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani?
just to clarify, this cleans up the strip of unincorporatedness from like about 153rd until like about just past 159th, correct?
That is correct.
So we'll finally get rid of the got weed billboards eventually?
Yeah.
So what we've learned from our attorneys is that railroad properties are afforded some protections in terms of what we can or cannot do under our jurisdictions. So the billboards are still under investigation of whether we can remove them. But this plays into the larger People Over Parking Act, where, portions of railroad can now be used for any transit supportive developments. Although this is just a small parcel, it just makes sense for us to clean up that border and just get that into the
No, I know
village.
it was on our plan for potential annexing, so I'm glad we kind of thought that. Hopefully, we'll be able to do something to clean that up, though.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any other questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye. Aye, excuse me.
An ordinance annexing territory pursuant to 65 ILCS 5/7-1-13, which is 15601 South 108th Avenue.
Mr. Mayor,
There's Trustee Lawler.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance Annexing Territory Pursuant to 65 ILCS 5/7-1-13, 15601 South 108th Avenue, 15605 South 108th Avenue, and authorize the village manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, within 90 days of passage of this ordinance, subject to village attorney review."
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Call the roll.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
2026 zoning map update ordinance.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawrence.
I move to adopt an ordinance entitled, "Ordinance Approving the Publication of an Updated Zoning District Map."
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Comments or questions?
Okay. Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Engineering, Tinley Creek Stream Bank Stabilization, Construction Observation Engineering, RFP number 25-050, Contract Award Recommendation.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani.
move to approve and authorize the execution of a professional services agreement between the Village of Orland Park and Thomas Engineering Group LLC as the lowest cost qualified responsive proposal for construction observation engineering for the Tinley Creek Stream Bank Stabilization Project for a total not to exceed amount of $249,096.90, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review, and authorize the village manager to approve change orders related to this contract within the authorized amount.
Second.
Motion and a second. Questions or comments? Roll, please.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Recreation and Parks, Kraus Construction, Inc., change order number 1 and contract amendment A.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Lawrence?
I move to approve and authorize the execution of a change order number 1 and contract amendment A to the original contract dated April 21, 2025, with Kraus Construction, Inc. of Blue Island, Illinois, to increase the total not to exceed contract amount by $12,798 to $912,798, as outlined in the proposal dated November 20th, 2025, December 1st, 2025, and December 11th, 2025, and authorize the village manager to execute all related contracts subject to village attorney review.
Second. Is there a motion and a second? Any comments or questions?
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
2026 Summer Program Lists.
Mr. Mayor,
Trustee Leaflet?
I move to approve the summer 2026 Recreation and Parks and Veterans Commission programs and events consistent with the lists in Legistar Item 2026-0079, and to authorize payments to the contractual vendors and instructors at the time of invoicing, and authorize the village manager to execute all agreements with contractual vendors and instructors listed in the summer 2026 program guide, subject to village attorney review.
Second.
Motion and a second. Comments, questions? Call the roll.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge.
Aye.
Non-scheduled citizens and visitors for public comment on items relevant to village business.
With the forbearance of the board, could we compel our two citizens to come up and at least say hello? Tracy or Dave, any comments? There you go, Tracy. Come on, give an Irishman a microphone, right?
Tracy Maureen Sullivan, just to prove that I am still here, and want to say thank you for all that you do, not only to the village staff, but to the village board to keep our beloved village safe, moving forward, clean, and wonderful for our families to be here. So thank you for everything you do.
Well, thank you. All right. Time for board comments. Start on the left side. Mr. Healy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little tongue-tied here, but I just want to say that after Christmas, going through the Christmas season, and all, this is our first meeting since then. I have being in a Judeo-Christian society like we have, where love and forgiveness are at the highest points of that over the Christmas holidays, for at least for the Christians. I just hope we could all seriously think about love and forgiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lawler?
No real comments tonight, other than the fact I'm looking forward to 2026. We have a lot of big projects coming on board, and I'm excited to see them start.
Trustee Lawrence?
I would like to thank staff for answering my myriad of questions on all kinds of esoteric minutia of what we had before us. I realize some of mine are perhaps non-typical, but so many other people ask the typical questions that I, digging into other things here and there. Truly, there were all kinds of different things, lists, sizes, percentages, costs. I'm thankful that your responses were quick, and they gave me what I needed to know to understand. I'm amazed at how you can retrieve information sometimes from years ago instantaneously. Your filing system must be really good. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to thank the other board members here, the trustees and mayor, for their thoughtful consideration. The Amazon project is kind of complicated. Things did move quickly. I don't think they moved too quickly. I think we need to be responsive to opportunities when they arrive. This was a very unique opportunity that Amazon presented us. And I'm glad that we were able to put together such a good presentation with so many facts and figures to overcome the misinformation that was out there here and there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Katsinas?
One thing I wanted to mention is with these cold winter days and nights, I often think of our workers that work for Orland that are out there in the cold. So whether it be people in PD on patrol, also people in public works, for water main breaks, and I just want to thank them. We know how bitter cold it is, and you're doing a job that helps all the residents, and you think of the people away from their family too, the snowplow drivers and just everyone. So, and it's been a couple of really cold days, so thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Trustee Malani?
Just a couple quick things. This isn't every day that you see this in the village board briefing, but I'd like to recognize Blake Harvey, who received the Park Professional of the Year award. I guess he was nominated by his operations manager, Mike Mazza, and he was able to accept his award at the January 8th MIPE awards ceremony in Schaumburg. So congratulations to him. The Central Park Aquatic Center has also been nominated or received the 5-Star Aquatic Safety Award for its 8th consecutive year this year. So, congratulations to all the people that are involved with the Central Park, now we've moved to New York, Centennial Park Aquatic Center, and, everything you guys do to keep it safe, clean, and, great for our residents. And, also welcome to the Amazon family, and thank you to staff who, answered all of our questions, put all that information together, and, made it relatively, somewhat easy for us to understand and digest. So thank you all.
Trustee Leafblatt, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the staff. I know that there's a lot of time and effort put into the presentations and providing information so that the things that are important to this village can get done the right way, and so that we can vote, we can be an informed board and vote properly. And what I mean by voting properly is that we vote based on information, fact, and honest and sincere discussion. And with that, I also want to thank the residents who are no longer here, but the ones who were here earlier who voiced their opinions, because that is what we want. We want to hear from the residents. And so we may not be able to do what everybody wants, but we will make the very best informed and knowledgeable decision that we can possibly make for the benefit of everybody in Orland Park. And then I also want to thank our board, because we've all worked really hard to make sure that we know what we're talking about, and we don't all always agree, but we respect each other for our willingness to engage and to listen and hear one another. So thank you.
Thank you. Just very briefly, we have an executive session coming up. We'll tackle a couple of issues in there, but I just want to echo the sentiments of, I think the full board. I think all of us appreciate what staff does day in, day out, right? We understand who makes the village work well. We set policy and direction and provide resources. The team that we engage with all the time, you're the ones getting it done. And it is cold, to Trustee Katsinas' point. So, you get the emails about, you had a water main break, so the guys from Public Works are out there. I know there's always issues going on. I mean, sure, the cops are out to solve, 24/7 or 28/8 is probably a better way to describe policing, right? 28 hours a day, 8 days a week. And so I just think it's worth reiterating how much we appreciate staff. And during the course of this whole, Amazon discussion, to the trustee, the comments, the turnaround was really important to help inform our decisions. But I also want to get at a more nuanced level of appreciation. The fact that we could talk it through. Staff has a perspective, the board has a perspective, we hear from the public. So the fact that we can kind of dynamically say, what about this, what about that? Here's my idea, here's your idea. So I very much value the culture that we're going to continue to enhance, here in Orland Park in terms of the way we work. And You know, tonight was one of many nights where we're going to go off and tackle big things. And as we look forward to 26, there's a lot of great things that can happen for the village, and I think there's going to be plenty of hard work where we are constantly trying to always get better. And if we always get better, we can do more for our residents, or we could charge them less, or some combination of the both. So in the back of my mind, as we go forward with 26, I think it bears a great deal of scrutiny to pose to ourselves, staff, the board, on behalf of the residents, how do we collectively get better as a broad team? So that's what we're going to get done in 26. So then we're going to have long meetings like this, but they're fun. And I think, you know, and again, it was mentioned, I appreciate people coming out. There's lots of different ways for residents to engage us. I think all of the issues that were brought up, hopefully the questions were asked and answered. And as you've heard me say a number of times, greatest good for the greatest number doesn't mean perfect, and it doesn't mean everybody agrees, but you're trying to build a great community, and I think we're getting there. So I think we're in pretty good shape, and glad we're making progress. Now, George, we have 2 items for the executive session, and we're likely to come out and take action. Okay.
The action item is going to be regarding a legal matter, is that right? I think we should at least give notice on that. A settlement? One.
Categories legal, okay. All right, well, just tell everybody we're probably likely.
That's the reason.
All right, so we need a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman,
Trustee Malani?
move to go into an executive session for A, discussion of minutes of closed meetings, and B, pending litigation against, affecting, or on behalf of the village, or when found by the board that such action is probable or imminent.
Second.
So motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Trustee Malani?
Aye.
Trustee Leafblad? Trustee Lawrence? Aye. Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge?
Aye.
Time is now 9:28. Roll call.
I have no idea.
All right, we need a motion to end, we did motion to end the executive session. We need a roll call, correct?
Just a roll call. That's what I heard.
Call the roll, please.
Okay. Trustee Lawrence? Here. Trustee Lawler? Here. Trustee Leaflet?
Here.
Trustee Healy?
Here.
Trustee Katsinas?
Here.
Trustee Malani?
Here.
Mayor Dodge?
Here.
Time is 10:33.
George, what's the procedure?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry, you got a mic. Trustee Malani.
I move to approve the full and final separation and release agreement by and between David Love and the Village of Orland Park and authorize the village manager to execute said agreement subject to village attorney review.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Call the roll, please.
Trustee Malani? Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Yes, she
We
said aye.
on? I didn't, okay. Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Leaflet?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge?
Aye.
Okay, motion for adjournment?
Is there a motion?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
The motion and a second. Do we need a roll? Yeah. Roll call.
Trustee Leaflet? Aye. Trustee Katsinas?
Aye.
Trustee Lawrence?
Aye.
Trustee Lawler?
Aye.
Trustee Healy?
Aye.
Trustee Milani?
Aye.
Mayor Dodge? Time is 10:34.
Good night, everyone.